A very warm welcome to the Mandalika circuit. We are on the southern tip of Lombok in Indonesia. ARRC come to the Mandalika circuit for the very first time. To give it its proper name, the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit, and it is glorious both in location and in the track itself, which has proved to be really testing for the competitors for today's Asia Road Racing Championship, which is round 4 of 6 of the calendar. We've still got to go to China. We'll finish the season in Thailand, but for now, Barry Russell, we have got to suffer in Lombok.
Yeah, we have. We're just a few hundred meters away from what you can see on your screen there, the fabulous blue of the Indian Ocean lapping onto the shores of southern where are we?
Lombok. Yes, okay, we can enjoy that, but the riders cannot. And I tell you what, it's been a real achievement for the creators of this circuit as we look at the perfect conditions. A little bit of wind, humidity 68%, 30 degrees sunshine. It's a little bit hotter down at trackside. I suspect we're getting up to 50 degrees trackside. But before we actually get into the racing, and there'll be 5 races coming your way on TVS one make, we've got AP250, the Underbones, Superbikes and Supersport 600. Let's just have a word with the Chief Executive Officer of the Mandalika Grand Prix Association. And we got an interview earlier on with Priyanda Satya, the CEO of NGPA.
My name is Andy and I'm from MGPA, Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit, and tomorrow and Sunday we are going to have the race of ARRC, FIM IDEMITSU Asia Road Racing Championship, and we are very delighted, we are very happy to host such a race in Indonesia. Because it has not been done for quite some time here. So has already have a local national series, national championship Mandalika Racing Series. It has 150, 250, 600 as well as 1000. So where do they go from national? You know, of course they have to go to Asia, and FIM IDEMITSU Asia Road Racing Championship is the next step for the Indonesian rider to participate, and hopefully they can go into ARRC and successful in the event and go to a bigger event in Europe or in Indonesia. It is, yeah. We have so many motorcycle races very popular in Indonesia, and yeah, 2 wheels is common in Indonesia. How we capitalize? Yeah, this is the first race. We are not aiming too big, yeah. At least host the race and be successful in the event, yeah. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The one that is inside ARRC is one of the quite popular motorcycle in Indonesia. So everyone is using 150, 250, and in Indonesia, like I said, I have a national championship as well. But where do we go from national champion? Yeah, of course, we go to Asia. From Asia, go to Europe or some other places. Yeah. So the next step from local racing is going to ARRC or any other racing in Asia. ARRC has 150, 250, and we are glad that there are like what, 25 to 30 Indonesian riders in ARRC, and hopefully with the wild card that is given to local NTB, there are 2 riders from NTB. Yeah, maybe it will become more popular and more participant in the ARRC. And of course, me, Indonesia, in Mandalika, we hope to see our national flag in other countries, as well as Indonesian national anthem on the podium. So, yeah, we welcome ARRC very much and looking forward of having a mutual benefit, and hopefully Indonesian rider will participate more, and of course, podium. hopefully Indonesian will be on podium at any races throughout Asia.
Well, thank you very much for the welcome, Priyandi, and I tell you, we are very, very happy to be here as well. It is Asia Road Racing Championships' first time here. And we're going to be starting with the TVS One Make Series. That's an introduction this season to the ARRC. It's the first race of each day that we have. And normally we're going to be talking about the man who's the defending champion, Vorapong Malawan. But Barry Russell, Vorapong isn't leading the way anymore. Hiroki Ono has come through and he's taken this court not quite apart, but he's 0.3 of a second faster than anybody else around this intricate circuit.
That's right, and Vorapong will be starting from the third row of the grid indeed. There's a good shot that just shows you how busy this Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit is. 17 turns crammed into 4.3 kilometers. 11 right, 6 left.
It is. It's but you've also got the opportunities of, you can see the long straight here as the drone comes past the fabulous pits where everybody has got a garage, which is very unusual. Sometimes you have to share garages, but here at Mandalika the facilities are very, very much international quality.
Yep, very, very long pit lane here.
Okay, let's very quickly have a recap on what went on in qualification earlier on this morning. So this is the TVS One Make. Hiroki Ono, bike number 16. Hiroki is, well, we've seen him grow up as a really young man. He's still a young man, but he's now taking it to some of the veterans. One Make, very much its rider. The best rider tends to win because the vehicles are just about identical.
Yeah, they are. The riders can do their own personal preference type setups. But at this point, as we've seen all the way through this weekend so far with Hiroki Ono, he didn't do too much. He cruised around and then he just pulled the pin for one lap, smashed everybody out of the park, and rolled off again.
The people who were closest to him were Ramdan Rosley, the experienced Malaysian, who's coming down, and Tayo Saito as well. He got himself a P3. P1 he was at one stage, but P3 is where he finished. And so there's some very, very good youngsters. And poor old Vorapong, the defending champion, left trailing in P7.
Yep, defending champion. He has 1 point advantage. Hiroki Ono, this is only his second time out in the championship this season, so he's not threatening for the title, at least not at the moment, but Ramdan Rosley is.
Bike 16 is Ono though. He's the man who we are really looking at. His speeds approaching 150 kilometers per hour. Its best time of 145.113, which is obviously quite a way down on the superbikes we're going to be seeing later on. But even so, it's a very healthy time, 0.3 quicker than Ramdan Rosley. So keep an eye out for the familiar yellow helmet, bike number 16 of Hiroki Ono.
Yep, and these bikes running almost identical times to the AP250s, just as a matter of note.
Oh no, we are sticking with this is highlights. Car 10, Ramdan Rosley. Now Ramdan's had a very decent season after 2 DNFs in Buriram. He's had a podium in each of the last 4 races, including 2 wins on race 2, both at Sepang and in Sugo. So keep an eye out for him as well, but the real man to look out for, bike 16, Hiroki Ono, who will be on pole. Okay, right, that was qualification earlier on this morning. Let's go down onto the grid where Daniel Bogas will be a very busy man this weekend. Let's see who he's got to talk to. I'm hoping he's going to be talking to Hiroki.
It is finally time for action here in Circuit Mandalika. We're on the grid for the TVS Asia One Make Championship, and we're going to talk to poleman Hiroki Ono. So Hiroki, fabulous weekend so far. You start from the front, hot temperature. How do you feel going in?
Yeah, condition different this morning, but anyway, I push just 8 lap.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Hiroki. Good luck. And we're going to quickly go to second place where we have Ramdan Rosley. So Ramdan, you are fighting in the championship points. It's of course the final few rounds before we conclude this championship. How do you feel with this second place start?
Yeah, for Mandalika round, I hope I can do my best again to stay on the podium, and also at the same time to gain the point for make the championship live again as well. So really hope to be back on the podium in this round. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramdan. We do hope to see the championship alive and fighting. And now we're going to go down to P8, just over here in row 3, where we're going to talk to very fast Indonesian rider Deki Tiano. So, Deki, it's been a tougher weekend for you this time around. How do you feel going into this race and tomorrow's race with the weather and everything?
Untuk hari ini saya masih kurang cukup dapat momen buat balap hari ini. Tapi bismillah satu, gaspol.
Thank you, Deki. So essentially what he said, he still hasn't found the rhythm yet, but he's going to try. He's going to go full gas, and we're going to see that on track very shortly in a few minutes. Back to you, Desenberry.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yes, translation services required as well. Very useful. Malay speaker, very useful in Indonesia as well for Daniel. It's going to be a busy fella. Right, let's have a little look at some of the competitors, the runners and riders. Fugo Tanaka has had a decent season. He's in P6 in the overall championship standings. Couple of podiums for him. That's bike number 3. Tanaka will be in between Dharapab Tongyoy and Chirant Vishwanath. And there will be 15 riders, including KY Ahmad, who I know you had a long chat with earlier this week, Barry. And KY Ahmad down in P15 at the moment, not had the best of weekends so far.
No, he didn't show up in qualifying this morning, that's for sure. He starts last, behind his mentor, Jagan Kumar. Both of them on the back of the grid.
Okay, let's look at the grid and how it looks. Hiroki Ono will be on P1, the young Japanese, we heard from him, alongside the very experienced Malaysian Ramdan Rosley. And Ramdan is going to be a real challenge. I tell you what, 4 consecutive podiums, including 2 wins. Do keep an eye on him. And Teo Saito, the young Japanese, will be really trying to pressurize Hiroki Ono for P1.
And on row 2, we've got the sole Singaporean representative, Arshad Rushdie. Next to him, the very fast Thai Piawat Patumios. And outside of him, as a very welcome wildcard, the Papuan Rusman Fadil.
On to row 3 of Vorapong Malawan, who is the overall championship leader, but only by a single point from Muzake Muhammad. Deki Tiano Aldi is in P8. The young Indonesian. Muzake Muhammad, second in the championship. He's had a win and a P2 in Sepang and a P4 in Sugo. He's the championship leader. He's on row 3 alongside Vorapong and Deki.
And on row 4, we've got Darren Pok Tong Yoi starting from 10th. Next to him, Fugo Tanaka. Had a disappointing session, I think you could say, from him. Next to him, the Indian Chirant Vishwanath.
And that leaves the final 3 positions on the podium. The experienced Jagan Kumar has been omnipresent in virtually all my time commentating in this part of the world. Kerwin Chang will be alongside him, the young Filipino. And KY Ahmad, who I think we are expecting to perform much better than P15. Certainly he'll be looking to get up into the top 6 or 7.
Yeah, indeed, KY Ahmed so far the best of the Indians in the championship. Currently 7th without checking the stats, as these guys give us another last look before the race starts of this magnificent Mandalika motor racing circuit.
It's impossible for the camera guys to resist looking over to the oceans. It's almost like they say they want to be there, but the racing track is where we want to be. It's very wide and there's a huge runoff area. It can be a little bit disconcerting for the riders because you perhaps think you've got more space than you actually do.
Yeah, we saw we've seen in free practice in particular yesterday, riders becoming disoriented, pulling off, having a look around, checking where they were and then resuming. So this is a really technical track. There's so many turns, as we were saying earlier. You have to get them all right if you're going to put together a really good lap, and you have to get them all right 8 times if you're going to get a really good result in this TVS Asia one make race 1.
Yeah, we're getting into the second half of the season now. This race will be the first race of the second half of the season. 12 races. You do sort out exactly who is the best racer at your level. Vorapong is leading the way at the moment, but I tell you what, he's under real pressure. We spoke with Deki. We haven't really mentioned Muzake Muhammad. Muzake didn't particularly turn up in qualification, but Muzake is consistently there or thereabouts. His worst position this season is P6.
Yep, and second in the championship. So just he's the rider 1 point behind Vorapong, although it's very tight because Deki is only 4 points behind Muzakir.
Now there is young Deki. Indonesians very much the fore here. They will very much look upon this as their home championship, their home races. And they'll be wanting to hear Indonesia Raya playing at the end on the when they hit the Park Ferme and when they get to the podium. But firstly, they've got to negotiate 8 laps of this 4.3 kilometer circuit. The Pertamina Mandalika circuit. The red lights will go on. The green flags tell us everything is hunky-dory. And when the red lights go off, we are underway. The long straight, and it's a decent start in the middle for Ramdan Rosley. You can't win in the early stages, but you can certainly lose in the early stage of these races. But everyone's got away nice and neat and tidy, apart from, is that Kerwin Cheng, who got a bit of a dreadful start right at the back?
Not sure who it was, but I think that was Hiroki Ono that got away at the front. Similar helmet colours for the two riders at the front there. Vorapong up into 5th, so decent start from him.
And then they come into a really flowing part of the circuit. You've got to negotiate these kind of tough left, right, right, and then you flow your way through until you come to the other side of that little hill that you've seen there. At the moment, as you say, it is Hiroki Ono who is leading the way. And he is under pressure from Ramdan Rosley. Behind them, bike 5, Arshad Rusty, who had a good qualification, got himself up into P4, but he's dropped off a little bit as Ono goes through Ramdan Rosley. And Vorapong is certainly making a bit of an improved way. I tell you what, Vorapong is not going to be like the fact that he's not the main man at the moment.
No, but credit to Vorapong, he's encouraged. He's brought in these great riders that are giving him such a hard time on the track. So the plan is working. He's currently sitting, Vorapong that is currently sitting in P4.
Young Taiyo Saito also up there as well. He's in the 3rd of those luminous helmets. As they come, ooh, different lines taken there. Somebody's gone very, very wide.
Yeah, for me, the form riders, obviously one of them was Hiroki Ono, but Taiyo Saito and Ramdan Rosley were the ones that I thought were going particularly well here.
Ono leads through Ramdan as Vorapong tries to move into P3. Deki Tiano Aldi in the white helmet in P4. Saito it was who went just a little bit wide. He's in the multicolored helmet in P5. But look at the lead that Ono has been able to establish in the early stages. He's got himself a full second clear of everybody else. Largely, I think, Barry, on how he negotiated the last corners.
Yeah, that last sector is really crucial. The first and last sectors are the most challenging. The final sector, that's where at the end of the race, a lot of the positions will be sorted out unless Hiroki Ono can get away and hold his lead. And the question now is, can and will Ramdan Rosley and Vorapong work together to get after the leader, Hiroki Ono?
Well, you're seeing there the leader for Ono as he comes through into turn 10. The pressure is being put on by Deki Tiano Aldi, the young Indonesian. But that is a significant lead for Ono. He's negotiated that one really well. Vorapong in the lime green helmet for today. That's a change. He's chasing Ramdan Rosley, but some way in the distance is Ono. This is a fabulous piece of work as we approach the 1/4 stage of the race to be completed by Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, and good work from Deki coming up from P8, where he started on the grid. It's the best we've seen of him this weekend.
Long way to go, but Ono is looking very, very capable at this stage, and he will cross the start-finish line, and his lead over Deki Tiano is 1.8 seconds. He was a second clear at the end of lap 1. He's 1.8 seconds clear at the end of lap 2. He's going away from them, Barry Russell.
Yep, and there's a battle behind him that'll be helping him further because Ramdan Rosley just pushed in front of the Indonesian, Deki Tiano Aldi, and Vorapong maintaining his position behind them, but not so far behind is number 11, Muzakir Mohammed, and Taiyo Saito. Taiyo Saito was going really well in practice and qualifying, but he hasn't got himself in contention. Bit of a wasted start from the front row of the grid for Sato.
You mentioned Muzakkir Mohammed though. He's made his way up from P9, I think, is where he started. And Muzakkir, I do like Muzakkir. He's been around the game. There he is, the number 11, just making a little move there. Was threatening to go into P2, then just has to slam on the brake. So he's in P4 at the moment. But Muzakkir is a very, very cagey, canny racer. P4 just at the moment, P2 overall in the championship standings. But in a different race at the moment compared to Ono. Ramdan Rosli is the man who's leading the charge, but it's Japan from Malaysia, from Indonesia.
Yeah, good work from Ramdan Rosli. He came in here as the form rider. And Deki Tiano, surprisingly quiet until now, but now is when it matters. Now he's pushing for P2.
Took a tighter line into that final corner. It's how you approach this home straight. He's trying to get a decent drive out. Ramdan Rosli's got a decent drive out, but Ono has gone through already. And the lead was 1.8 seconds. And it's gone up to 2.99 seconds. This is phenomenal from Hiroki Ono. His lap time's 1:45. He's a second clear of everybody else.
Yeah, the way he's going, by the time we get to the last lap, he'll have time to drop off for a swim.
Or maybe not. But the good news for him is that his pace is good. He's pretty quick again. He's 30.7 through sector 1. This is the chasing pack for P2. And Muzakkir Mohammed is in that little group as well.
Yeah, the lap time's getting faster as they go. Best lap so far is, unsurprisingly, with Hiroki Ono, 1:45.1.
In these chasing groups, you can either work together or you can work against each other. At the moment, it looks like they're all racing against each other, which means that Ono is under no real pressure. He's 3 laps, we're 3 laps in, and he's 2.99 seconds clear, and there's 2 groups behind him. Ramdan Rosli leads one, Muzakkir Mohammed leads the other. Behind Muzakkir, you've got Sato and Rusman Fadil. Tell you what, KY Ahmed and Jagan Kumar, they are struggling. The Indian contingent not having an easy time within race 1 here at Mandalika.
Yeah, beautiful riding from Hiroki Ono. He's just sliding that TVS RR Apache 310 really nicely through those long sweeping bends. He clearly loves this circuit.
It was 3 seconds at the end of lap 3. It is 3.8 seconds at the end of lap 4. This is consistency from Hiroki Ono. Behind them, Ramdan Rosli has just been taken by young Deki Tiano Aldi.
Yeah, Deki running with 2 very experienced racers there, Vorapong and Ramdan Rosli. And we know from what we've seen of Deki last season and this season that, gentleman though he is off the track, he gives no undue respect to his seniors on the track.
This is the second group. Deki, the man showing no respect. He's got Vorapong for company. So Vorapong kind of shepherding young Deki. Maybe there is time to get back, but we're over halfway in this race. Has Ono got too much of a lead already to be caught? Even if these guys work together, you suspect that's the case.
Yeah, definitely. It's a 4-second lead effectively. And these evenly matched bikes, it would only take an error or a mechanical problem for Hiroki Ono for him to lose this.
Usman Fadil right at the back of that train of 6. 12 in there is Sato. He's currently in P5 behind Muzakkir Mohammed and Vorapong and Deki Tiano.
Yeah, surprise for me is down in 9th, Piawat Patumyos.
And Tanaka's had a good season so far as well. He's not really shown up this weekend so far. There is a real variety of circuits on the Asia Road Racing Championship. Zhuhai is coming up next, but Mandalika has posed 1 or 2 unique challenges, as we see a different line completely taken there by Sato.
Yeah, that was a bit of experimentation there by Sato. Very interesting, because that's one of the things we're really looking forward to this afternoon, is seeing the different lines that are going to be taken through that crucial penultimate turn 16.
Ono is 5 seconds clear. There is our leader. He only joined us in the last round in Suga, where he won race 1 then, did not finish in race 2. So he's certainly stamping some kind of authority on proceedings. It's possible he can win the championship from only 8 races. Possible.
It's possible, yeah. And he got a double win, I'm pretty sure I remember correctly, in 2022 at Sugo as well, where we last saw him as a wild card in this championship. But great to have riders of his quality here. This is a good battle, isn't it? They're just opening up a little bit of a gap on the impudent Indonesian behind them. Oh, he's caught right up.
Sato's
did he come in too hot?
Yeah, he took that unique line once again, did Sato. He's being very, very brave. Ramdan Rosley is stood up just a little bit, but Tayo Sato has been very aggressive the last couple of laps.
Yeah, he looked like he'd gone in too hot, but he was just a different line. By the time he came out of the corner, he was in position.
Still learning about the course midway through race number 1. At the moment, it is Sato who's got himself in P2. This is the battle for P2, because way, way, way in the distance, almost in Bali, is the champion, is the leader, Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, and Dekitiano pushing himself. I'm not quite sure if that's him that's just got to the front. No, it's not. It's Tayo Sato who's got to the front of that group.
Yeah, Sato leads that group from Dekitiano. Ramdan Rosley, Vorapong is there, and so is Muzaki Mohammed. Rusman Fadil is doing well just to hang on to the end of them, and Rusman hasn't been exactly racing, so he'll be maybe thinking that he's got a little bit left in the tank with 2 laps to go.
Yep, 32-year-old Papuan, Rusman.
Oh no, on his own. Fabulous performance from him, 6.2 seconds clear.
But yeah, look at this. Long wait before we see Tayo Sato leading the battle for second. He's got Ramdan Rosley behind him. That's going to be an interesting one.
Experience versus youth.
Definitely.
Ramdan's had a decent season so far, and as you say, is the man in form. But it's Sato who's leading. Ramdan goes on the inside. Sato leaves his braking a little bit later, but Ramdan Rosley is able to hold the line. 1.5 laps to go. And Ramdan Rosley from Malaysia in P2 just at the moment. Sato behind him. And then Dekitiano is there, and behind them, what's that, Muzakir?
Vorapong, then Muzakir,
yeah.
And there's another rider joining him as well. So 6 riders.
Yeah, Rusman Fadil is still in that little group.
Brilliant stuff.
We're focusing on P2 for obvious reasons, because P1 is 6 seconds plus clear. Different lines once again coming into this hairpin, and somebody is forced to stand up. Vorapong just said, listen, I'm the boss man. And Dekitiano, I think it was, who was just forced to stand up just a little bit as they come through. Saito is 2, Ramdan 3, Vorapong from Deki, from Muzakir, from Rusman Fadil.
Yeah, fascinating battle here, and that's not the first time we've seen Vorapong just give a little disciplinary tap to the impudent Indonesian Dekitiano Aldi.
Final lap. Ono will take the win. P2 is what's really fascinating. Saito has got himself in front of Ramdan, but those two have been very experimental in the lines they've taken in the last sector of this track.
So there will be a plan, they know what's possible, and Vorapong,
yeah,
as
Vorapong.
he does, he's put himself right in the hunt.
Quite right. Dekitiano just being shown the ropes by the more experienced racers out there. There is Saito. Ramdan right behind him, but let's tell you what, I was just saying that Dekitiano is out of it. He's not, you know, the number 2. He's in a nice position. Battle for second. Tayo Saito holds P2 at the moment from Ramdan. Vorapong takes a wide line. Right then, this is where it's going to get interesting. Hiroki Ono comes through. A mile clear. Saito holds on to Ramdan Rosley. This long right will lead into the hairpin. This is where it'll be won or lost. Ramdan tries to go tight. Saito is forced wide. Hiroki Ono will come through. Ono takes the victory by a long way, but P2, that's the battle we're looking for now. And the battle for P2 is won by Saito ahead of Ramdan Rosli, Vorapang 4, Tiano 5, and Muzike Mohammed in ahead of Rusman Fadil. Great job by Tayo Saito to hold on to P2.
Brilliant. I'm not surprised after watching him all weekend so far. Great performance there from Tayo Saito. I think that's his best finishing position in this championship.
He had a P3 in Buram, but yeah, this is an excellent performance by him.
Yeah, that was his first podium. Now he's moved up to second. He's 7.3 seconds behind his senior compatriot Hiroki Ono, and Vorapong nudged off the podium once again.
Tell you what, these guys are still racing. I think they've missed the checkered flag. Yeah.
So if we've got time for, not sure if the schedule's going to give us time for a post-race interview, but
well, this is Dekitiano Aldi. Yeah, I think he's miscalculated the. He's miscalculated. Checkered flag is still waiting. Or are we still in a race? We're not still in a race, are we? Hiroki Ono thinks he's in a race. He's carrying on. Confusion reigns. No matter, Hiroki Ono has won this race.
Yeah, the lonely and slightly confused, perhaps. Hiroki Ono.
It's the fastest in-lap I've ever seen.
And he hasn't come in.
So, right then, there is the checkered flag this time. Are we a lap down? If so, fascinating. If so, then P2 goes to Dekitiano Aldi.
So confusion with the timing. So it looks like, yeah, Tayo Saito is on the podium again, but another P3 for him. Dekitiano Aldi is in P2.
Okay, we are confirming that the race was over the previous lap. But because the checkered flag was out, we couldn't confirm it. But yes, the original position of Ono takes the win ahead of Saito in P2 and Ramdan Rosli in P3. Confusion reigns, but it's all been organised and the surf is there to calm us down anyway.
Yeah, I feel vindicated, Des. I was feeling stupid there for a moment, but
you do. You have those moments where you doubt what you've seen with your own eyes.
Yeah, but the timing screens are now showing correctly if you are looking at them.
The celebrations can go on. So the extra lap was a little bit of fun, if unnecessarily stressful in this land of peace. But straight away, there you see Saito absolutely thrilled to bits with his P2 there, and not surprisingly, because he's taken some big scalps there.
Yeah, really exciting rider. There are the results.
Ono takes it after 8 laps plus 1. Saito in P2, so Japan 1-2. Ramdan Rosli, again the man in form, 5 podiums in a row for him, ahead of Vorapang Malawan, who will keep the championship lead. He's ahead of Dekitiano Aldi in P5. Muzike Mohammed misses a chance down in P6. Rusman Fadil in 7. Arsyad Rusty, the Singaporean, started in P4, finishes down in P8. Frustrating for Arsyad, 16.5 seconds off the pace. Piwa Patumias, as you said, Barry's never really got going this weekend. Neither's Fugo Tanaka. Darren Parva and Kerwin Chang, 11 and 12. And then the Indian trio of Jiranth, KY Ahmed and Jagan Kumar bringing up the rest of the field 30 seconds off the pace. Okay, right, after the confusion, we've sorted it out, so let's see if Daniel can get some words of wisdom from the winners of the race that we've just seen.
So we're down here at Park Fermi after an electric TVS Asia 1 make race. What a battle that was in your field, and could you talk us through that race, how the battle was and such?
Yeah, actually I was thought I want to fight for the win in this race, but suddenly something happened on my bike, and then I start to manage to only keep my pace, and also I see in lap 4 I see to behind, and as already one group is behind me. And then I just think that I want to try to consistent and manage how to stay on the podium. And lastly, I know it's not easy to fight in the group because some, I think 2, 3, 4, 5 riders try to pass me. And anyway, I try to again gain back the position to finish on the podium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramdan Rosli. Third place, we can't wait for the race tomorrow. Now in second place, we have a very good rising star. It's Tayo Saito. Tayo, you were fast all throughout on Friday, and you're here on the podium in second place. How was that battle for you?
I am very happy. I thank my family and Malaysian mechanic Mabo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tayo. Congratulations on a fantastic race. So now we're gonna head on to the race winner. We have Hiroki Ono. And then what a gap that was from Hiroki. He managed to pull the lead away, giving himself a real comfortable lead. So we're just waiting for Hiroki right now as he gets on his Dunlop cap. Just a bit of a discussion about the checker flag situation between Hiroki and Ramdan. So yeah, if get a quick word there, Hiroki. So just waiting for Hiroki to get those special sunglasses on. Here comes Hiroki. So Hiroki, that was a very confident victory. That was commanding. You led that and you pulled the gap away. Talk us through that. How did you manage that?
Yeah, already beginning of the race, I push 100%. So middle of the race and end of the race, I keep the manage to behind. So race one very easy, but I feel maybe race two, tires still keep maybe difficult to physicality also machine side difficult to race too. But anyway, I'm very happy to join them, come back here.
Thank you so much, Hiroki. Congratulations, and we look forward to race 2 tomorrow.
Thank you.
Race highlights from race 1 of the weekend. TVS one-make championship in the Asian Road Racing Championships. We're at Mandalika. An 8-lap race. Hiroki Ono on pole position and Barry Russell right from the very, very first corner. Ono really pushed away. We heard in the interview he said he went for it from the start. By heck did he go from it from the start.
It was lights to flag. Nobody had an answer for that early lead. Even by the time they got into turn 3, there was clear daylight between Hiroki Ono and the rest of the field.
It was a brilliant ride from Ono. He won race 1 in Sugo. That meant behind him there was a fascinating battle going on. Teo Saito, bike number 12, Ramdan Rosli and Vorapang Walin, bike number 1, as well as Deki Tiano. They were constantly changing positions in a really good battle for P2, but it was a distant battle for P2.
Yeah, this was a really clean but tight battle between these 5 for the podium. Vorapong, as we suspected he might, converted his third row starting position into a battle for the podium.
Saito it would be who takes it though. We've got 2 laps to go here, and we were thinking that Ramdan Rosli, bike number 10, may just have the experience to hold off young Tayo Saito. But Saito, bike number 12, was able to come through and make a really, really good move. There he is, bike number 12, just holding ahead of Ramdan Rosli. And as they went into the final corner, it looked like Ramdan would be able to get away, but Saito held on and held on and held on.
He did. Beautiful work from Tayo Saito, who's been fast all the way through this weekend. Started from the front row.
That was the move where I thought he was going to make it. Oh no, crosses the start-finish line. Doesn't take the checkered flag there. It does later on. There is no checkered flag there, isn't it? That's why we were all a little bit confused. The battle for P2, that is the finish of the race. So Saito, Ramdan Rosli, Vorapang in 4, Deki Tiano in 5, and Muzake Mohammed, 1 or 2 embarrassed faces, but nonetheless, Hiroki Ono, wow, what a win. 2 wins out of 3 races.
Nicely done as Ramdan Rosli takes the podium. With Tayo Saito absolutely delighted, as you said, Des. Pure joy there, and he had the presence of mind to thank all the right people in TVS in the Park Ferme interview.
Hiroki Ono standing to attention for the Japanese national anthem. 2 wins in 3. I tell you what, he joined the series late. Is he good enough to take it? Third prize being handed out by Jiao-chan Choktiwat, the TVS technical consultant. And that goes to Ramdan Rosley. Second prize to Taiyo Saito will be handed out by Kei Sivanesan, another technical consultant from TBS. Good to give the technical guys a little bit of moment in the sunlight. They spend so much time in dark, dingy garages. Let them see the light once in a while. If Siva turns up.
Yeah, the podium here on the above ground level. So Taiyo Saito amuses us while we're waiting with a little dance on the podium. Thank you, Taiyo Saito.
So there is Jiao-chan Choktiwat. We've got the microphone working. 1 or 2 gremlins early on. There always are in the early stages, and congratulations to Ramdan Rosley, who will help his position in the championship standings. And Sivanesan, he hands out the award to Taiyo Saito. And the first prize will be from Kartikayan Vasudevan, the assistant manager of TVS Racing, hands out to a dominant Hiroki Ono.
Dominant indeed. Okay, time for the photographs. And might be able to hear the vigorous circuit announcer in the background.
Team award, of course, goes to TVS. It is a one-make championship. But oh no, tell you what, 5 more races. You never know, a couple more wins, and he could come into genuine championship reckoning. At the moment, though, the overall championship standings, it was Mazeke Vorapong leading, and Vorapong still has the lead, 4 points clear of Ramdan Rosley and Mazeke Mohammed, so very much a Malaysian challenge. Dekitiano Aldi 99 points, Pirwat on 81, Tanaka on 77, Saito on 60, but coming onto the leaderboard for the very first time, Hiroki Ono, 2 wins out of 3 races. You know what? He has got a genuine chance if he carries on that form. But it's Vorapong who leads the overall TVS Asia one-make championship standings. Okay, let's turn our focus now onto the underbone 150cc and let's see what these guys are able to make of this Mandalika circuit. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championships from the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. We'll be back with you for the underbone 150s in just a couple of minutes' time.
International Racing Circuit.
To see how Murabel Vitoni converts his pole position today. Here we go.
It's a solid start from Murabel Vitoni. Nazrul is at Bahoudin there as well. So right, we're up and running after the first lap. 9 more laps to go. That race up the hill after the chicane is going to be mental. Oh, it's going to be really, really, really tight up at the top of the hill, and it's going to be really close, and coming through at the end is Nazrul Izzat ahead of Waiwaji Chiliksana, Gupita Kreshla, Murabel and Wawanwelo, Giancarlo Mauricio, Hafiza Rofa, John Emerson Ngito, Hazik Ferus and Pirapong. We are underway, and it's a fast start from Murabel Vitoni. Riders come through, Hafiza Rofa and Shafi Grassol, and this is looking like a proper underbone race. It's come the race's end. At the back end, we've got two riders down.
Oh, Murabel out.
In a bit of a break, that crash on the chicane has opened a bit of a gap for the first 8 races. Murabel goes in first. Big crash.
Oh.
Hafiza Rofa is out. Hafiza is out as they come through the sprint for the line. The battle is on, and would you believe Nazrul has lost it on the line to John Emerson Ngito. Ngito, Gupita, Nazrul is at Murabel, is at Pirapong Luboinpeng, is at Zaidi, Wayu Aji Chiliksana fell at the bottom of the hill. That was a lot of fun in Sugo. They were fabulously tight finishes in both of those races. A little bit calmer here, a little bit more zen, a little bit of yoga on the surface there, but nonetheless the racing will be just as intense. We're about to get underway in the underbone 150cc category. Some people looking for a unique view of the circuit. Barry Russell, it's all very calm, and it takes away from how intense the racing can be.
Yeah, it is absolutely intense, and if you're looking at the riders themselves, especially I'm in mind now we're with the underbone 150s. If you look at Gupita Krishna today.
Yeah, here's the highlights from earlier on today, and Gupita Krishna, bike number 23, is the one we'll really look out for. It came to a shootout where all the riders were on the circuit at the same time, apart from Hafiza Rofa, who crashed into Shafiq Grassol as they were coming out, teammate onto teammate. Shafiq, bike 123, did his best to try to make up for things by posting a fast lap. He would eventually drop down to P3, but after that it was a case of some of the old names. Gupita Krishna, a former championship winner, coming through to the fore and taking a pole position.
Yeah, a really good mix. There's 1, 2, 3 former champions on the first 2 rows. Akil Aziz, one of them, number 13, going through there on the bright blue Cardinals machine. You can see there, shown well all through the weekend.
Akil Aziz, that was bike 13, yeah, in the blue. It's an attack on the eyeballs, is that, isn't it? But this is Shafiq Grassol. I wonder what he was feeling. We didn't get an interview with him afterwards about him knocking Hafiza Rofa off the bike. I wonder what his thoughts were.
Yeah, I don't know what that was all about. Trying to translate that. I'm still not sure whether it was a gesticulation or an assault.
Murabel Vitoni put in a decent fast lap, bike number 157, as did Waiwaji Chiliksana. Nazrul Izzat, bike 87, he could only come through in P6, but as we know in underbone, where you start often has very little relation to where you actually finish the race, and Nazrul Izzat will just be happy to know that he's going to be in the pack there or thereabouts. But it was bike number 23, Gupita Krishna, who would eventually take a fastest lap. Decent lap time as well of 155.116. That's not a bad lap time at all from Gupita.
Gupita quick all the way through this weekend. He's looked like the form rider. He's got intent written all over his face. Wawanwelo looks strong all the way through as well, but finished further down the order.
Shafiq Grassol coming through in P3, a kind of consolation for knocking his teammate Hafiza Rofa off the track. John Emerson Ngito, the surprise winner of race 2 in Sugo, he got himself into P8. Right, we are at the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit, and it looks very busy, Barry Russell.
Yeah, it does. As you can see, very technical for the first sector, round to turn 5. Then it begins to open out from turn 5 up to turn 10. Very tight right-hander. and then opens out again until we get round to this really tricky turn 15, 16. It gets tighter and tighter. A lot of time on the right side of the tyre.
It really is. It's a challenge.
This race is going to tell us all about turn 16.
Turn 16 is going to be a lot of fun. Let's get some pre-race thoughts. Daniel Bogers is down on the grid, and I think he's going to be talking to some of the championship contenders.
So you join me now here on the grid for a super category. It's not the super bikes, but it's the Underbone 150 class. And it's super because we know it's going to be some amazing racing. So we're going to talk to one of the very famous riders from this category, Wahyu Aji. So Wahyu, I'm to believe that you're a father now, so first of all, congratulations. You've had a strong performance all throughout practice and qualifying. How do you feel it is going to be in your homeland here for this race?
Yeah, I have trouble in the short out because I never try in the championship, so P5 is I think not bad. So in the race one, I will try to my best. And I believe in race one, I be winner.
Thank you so much, Vayaji. Good luck for this race. So now we're just going to go one slot next. That's going to be Nazrul Izzat, championship leader. So sorry. Nazrul, you're leading the championship with 19 points, but the competition is fierce. We have a lot of good and fast riders on this track. How do you feel it's going to be in this race, and what's your strategy?
Strategi saya berserah pada yang atas, insyaAllah ada rezeki saya naik podium dan saya cuma fokus untuk buat yang terbaik.
Thank you, Nazrul. So basically the translation of that was that he's going to leave it up to fate to see how the race goes, and he's going to do the best that he can. And now, last but not least, we're going to go to P8 to John Emerson in Grito. So he's right over here, just trying to make our way around. So John, so it's been a mixed performance so far this weekend from you. You were 20th in the combined practice, but P4 in qualifying. First time Mandalika, how do you find it so far?
I'm very excited for this race because this is new track, new pole pass, and I think I can do it.
So in your opinion, is it very different for the underbones here compared to the other categories?
Because other categories, yes, very different because this have a very good fight every lap, very difficult fight every lap, and very exciting fight.
Definitely. Thank you so much, John. Good luck for this race, and we're looking forward to seeing that exciting fight.
Thank you.
Back to you, Desmond.
Well done, Daniel. I think we expect a fight every race. That's what we get, and that's exactly what John Emerson and Gito gave us last time. That finish at Sugo was electrifying.
It was, yeah. And yeah, you always know you're going to get a fight in Underbone 150s, which is why Daniel and why the two of us sitting here are so excited about getting this race underway in just a few minutes. And there's a rider who really wants to get on with the job, Gupita Krishna. He's really got his championship mojo back now.
He's had 3 podiums in the last 4 races, Gupita. 3 P3s in the last 4. That's very impressive, and he's on pole here today, and this is his home race as well. Akid Aziz, right? Akid, he's not had a podium, would you believe? He was he has been an Underbone 130cc champion, Cardinals Factory Racing. Maybe we're going to see Akid coming good today. He's too good not to be on podiums.
He is, absolutely, and he seems to really take him to this Mandalika circuit. Shafiq Rasol next to him. Unfortunate coming together. As the bikes weave to get heat into the tyres as they come out of pit lane.
But I don't think it was Shafiq's fault because he was caught. Maybe he just put his brakes on and that he's a lack of focus, but it was a weird moment. On to the second row of the grid. This is Murabil Batoni. Murabil second in the championship standings, 19 points off the pace, but 3 consecutive P4s. In fact, P5 or better in each of his last 5 races.
Yeah, Murabil Batoni fulfilling the promise that he showed us from the beginning of last season. Emerging talent. Alongside
him, we had an interview with Wahyu Aji Trilaksana. I love it when we get the news. He's a father. He's thrilled to bits. He shows his his English thing for his English sign for his young baby.
Actually, normally he will ghost. He's ghosted a lot of on-grid reporters, myself included, but fatherhood has changed him, perhaps.
Excellent. So it's a very, very busy grid, I tell you. We have got 33 starters out there, including a couple of local wildcards, very interesting wildcards, but some very well-established names as well, including the man on the front row of the grid, Gupita Krishna. Here is the road. Gupita Krishna walked down from Evo Yamaha Racing on P1 alongside Akid Aziz from Cardinals Factory Racing and Chappie Grassol from 1XOX TKR Racing.
Murabel Vitoni leads this row 2 from Wayuaji Trilaksana, the defending champion. Next to him, championship leaders so far, Nazrul Izzat Bahudin.
A fourth Indonesian on the first 3 rows is Wawamwelo, and keep a close eye on the pits bike racer. He's alongside the winner last time out at Tsugo, John Emerson Ingito for Evo Yamaha Racing, and Ahmed Fazrul Sham for pits bike racing on P9.
And the best of the wildcards leads row 4. That's Aditya Fauzi from Izam Iqmal for CK Honda, and Giancarlo Maurizio, another Filipino, on the front half of the grid in P12.
Moving on to the 5th row of the grid, and I can tell you that young Hazik Hamdan will be on P13 for Estremo Uzi Honda Racing Team. Charles Jazras, his teammate, alongside him in P14. Hafiza Rofa, gosh, yeah, still a little bit embarrassed, but 1XOX TKR Racing is in P15, not out of it by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, and on to row 6 and P16 is Fahmi Bassam for LFNH Putra. Next to him, the returning April King Moscado, good to see him back in Underbones, and Pirapong Louis Bumpeng for Team One for All on 18.
Dimas Julie Atmoko, P19 for LFM Putra 969 Indonesia Racing. Hazik Farouz down in P20, that's an interesting one, and is outside. They're 2 very good racers to be down that far down the grid.
Yeah, and in P22, wildcard, Husni Zainul Fauti. Next to him, Gilan Akbar Roland, and outside of him, another Team One for All rider, Pascon San Luang.
Move on to row 9. We've got Ilham Effendi from 451 MR59 Racing. Aldiaz Aksal, who's a local hero. He is from Lombok. GG Galak Yamaha. And Noor Hakim, Noor Hafizullah, he for 1XOX TKR Racing Team is on P27.
Yeah, 2 Thai riders on row 10. P28 is Pacharagon. Next to him, another wildcard, Arai Agaskar Dibani Laksana, 29, and P30, Warapot Tangdon Namun.
And the final row of the grid, we've got Vietnam's Antoine for Honda Racing Vietnam, Rio Adrianto from Milansti Warapan Kabochi Racing, and Hu Tri from Honda Racing Vietnam. They will be hoping to get themselves up close to the points. Good crowds in the hospitality region. I do like this area. I do like this grandstand. You're very, very close to the action here at Mandalika. My first time here, and I've loved it so far.
Yep, and when you're standing there on the balcony, although it's 30 degrees outside, you've got a really nice breeze blowing in off the Indian Ocean.
Okay, the formation lap is done. It took us a full lap to get through the 33 starters. That's how busy it can be. And that means that there can only be chaos when we hit the final lap of 8 and corner number 16. This could be one where you might get somebody trying to make a breakaway. Right, the red flags are gone, the green flags are waving, the red lights will go on. And when they go off, we are underway. Round 4 of the Underbone 150cc. Shafi Grassol getting off to a decent start, as did Akid Aziz, but it's Gupita Krishna who will lead us into this first right-hand corner as everybody heads over to the right-hand side of the track. Just get a nice line into this sharp right-hander. And then Gupita goes from P1 to P3. And we're seeing a train already. Gupita's actually down in P4. That's how easily he's swamped.
Yeah, what a sight that was on that long run down into turn 1. And that's Akid Aziz just moved himself into P2.
The blue livery. This is the bit that can be really disconcerting for the racers. We're looking straight down now. The track would continue on, but they have to take a sharp right, a sharp left, and a sharp left. It's very, very awkward for them to deal with that part of the circuit. And it's slightly uphill as well.
Yeah, blind entry to that.
I thought there was an instant just towards the back. There was a little wobble for somebody, but the safety car is there and everybody is still up and running.
Yeah, a couple of riders going off track there, but no harm done. Look at this swarm that we've got on our screen there, and it is Waiwaji Trilaksana at the front. Defending champion from former champion Akid Aziz.
Akid Aziz, bike number 13, look out for him. Interesting to see Aditya Fauzi, one of the wildcards, bike 177. He's also in the mix there as well. It is early stages, but the racers will be looking for the best racing line. Just trying to experiment. We saw that in the previous race, the TVS one make. Even halfway through the race, riders were still experimenting the best lines you can take, particularly coming into this last sector.
Yeah, Fauzi is a bit of bumping already going into, just off camera there, going through turn 16 and then into that tight left-hander that leads them onto the straight.
Yeah, there was contact.
That's Giancarlo Maurizio. Giancarlo Maurizio, the Filipino, the number 27 Philippine.
Waiwaji Trilaksana leads from Aditya, from John Emerson and Gito. That's a good result, trying to prove that last week's win was, or last time's win was no flash in the pan. John Emerson and Gito.
Wayu and Aditya, teammates in Wayu's own Racetech 60 team, currently in 1 and 2. So that's a nice show for the sponsors. John Emerson and Gito showing well once again. Winner last time out, John Emerson and Gito, currently in P3. Akid Aziz, Wawanwelo, Gupita Krishna and Nazarul and Murabil all in that mix.
But everybody is so tight, just looking down the timing, and less than 1 second separating first from 9th, less than 1.8 separating first from 16th, which includes Gilak Akbar, the local Lombokian, I think is how you phrase it. Somebody's down at the right at the very back. And it is, Charles
Shazras, yeah.
Estrimo, UZ Honda Racing, he was confident at the breakfast table this morning, looking forward to the racing, but he'll be less confident now, having to pick up his bike, just trying to get something out of today's race.
Well, with 33 starters, he's going to need a lot of attrition, but it's Murabil Vitoni at the front, and he's got the wild card, Araya Gasca, the 14-year-old, I think, up there.
Akid Aziz in the blue livery. Again, there's so much contact. This is where it's going to get incredibly interesting. We are at lap number 2. And leading the way there, that's Aditya Fauzi, the wild card, ahead of Arai. So Waiwaji Trilaksana's there as well, 60's there. Arai Agaska, Nazrul Izzat, bike 87, the championship leader. He's in the mix as well.
Yeah, it's Waiwaji who leads them into this lap. Teammate behind him. Yeah,
Arai leading the group. Well, he's just dropped off a little bit. Waiwaji Trilaksana looks like he is trying to lead from the front, trying to stay out of any potential trouble, Barry Russell.
Yeah, Waiwaji definitely owns this race in his own mind. You saw how happy and confident he was on the grid.
That's a very premature statement from you, Barry, I gotta say.
Yeah, well, that was a different grid face that we saw from Waiwaji. I'm just wondering how that translates into results. But there he is, at or at least very close to the front, at the front. Nazrul Izzat is making his presence felt in that front group as well as they come through turn 10 once again.
60 remains in control. Waiwaji Trilaksana remains in control for now, it's important to add. Waiwaji still leading the way. Behind him we have got 113. John Emerson and Gito's not far away either. I'm just looking down to see if the likes of April King Moscado, who's returning to the fray after a while, is making any kind of a headway. And the answer is no.
Not really. We haven't seen. We've been looking out for April King because we were concerned after that knock that he took in Sugo, but he hasn't really been showing that strongly. But when they come across the line this time, we got a new leader, Husni Zainal, the wild card, number 143. He's got Nazrul just behind him, and the 14-year-old wild card Arai just behind him.
The wildcards make a wild old time of it. Yes, it's early stages, and being wildcards, they're maybe not quite used to the aggression that goes on later on. Many of these young fellas are racing in the One Prix Championship in Indonesia, which is competitive in its own right. But I do think as soon as you step up from One Prix to ARRC, the quality steps up again.
Yeah, and the on-track intimidation, as we just see. I'm not sure who that was. It turned around and glared at the riders behind him.
I think it was Husni who was standing up. Great shot in the drone as everybody is just competing for the same little bit of track space. Nazrul Izzadzadi, 87, is just swept up there by Arai, still in that little mix. Gosh, it's so congested.
Yeah, impressive work from the 14-year-old Lombokian.
Waiwaji Trilaksana still leads the way. Fascinated by your thinking that yeah, it was a very relaxed Waiwaji, wasn't it? Sometimes he is all focus and nothing but focus. Maybe just a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more chilled, and he's leading the way as he has for 2 of the 3 laps so far. Alongside him, that's Fahmi Bassam. Alongside him, bike 222. 8 laps of this circuit. As Nazrul Izzat goes through. How they avoid contact. That's coming into corner 15.
Yeah, and round they come, the final turn, and it'll be Nazrul who leads them through this time.
Yeah, Nazrul Izzadzadi, championship leader.
It's the halfway mark, but look at the way that Waiwaji dragged his way past. He seems to have some real grunt in that Yamaha motor with Waiwaji.
But some of the younger riders, Arai, Hazi Kamdan, they're making a real go of this as well. Husni we mentioned, Fahmi Bassam. Let's not forget Akid Aziz. There is less than 2 seconds between less than 1.5 seconds between 1 and 18. Hafiza Rofa. That's how congested. What a great job that is.
And there it is again. Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to comment on the size of the leading group, which is at this halfway. Oh, and there is the number 202 out.
As we desperately look down,
that was
Dimas Julie. Oh, tough season for Dimas.
Yep, fast rider, not having the best run of luck in the races.
Waiwaji Trilaksana still leads the way. Nazrul in that little group. Bike 60, Waiwaji. Bike 87, Nazrul Izzat.
John Emerson and Guito in there as well.
What a statement from John Emerson if he would be able to actually prove last time was no fluke. And what a statement from Arai Agaskar as well. The local in P3 at this stage.
Yeah, we've seen sensational youngsters in this class before. We're seeing it again.
Into the second half of the race.
Just looking for Wawanwelo as well, and Gubita Krishna. Oh, that is Shafiq Rasol. Hafiza Rofa.
Oh,
what a miserable day for him. Absolutely, yeah.
And that bike isn't going very far, very quickly at all.
Yeah. What happened to him was off camera, but that bike is done.
Waiwaji leads though from Arai, from Nazrul Izzat, from John Emerson and Gito, from Ahmad Fazrul Shan. Hazi Kamdan in 6, Fahmi Wawanwelo, you mentioned Wawan. He's got himself up into P8 alongside Gubita Krishna and Aditya Fauzi in there as well. Oh, pick anyone from 15 or 16.
Yeah, in a field of 33, half of them are capable of winning. And within reach of winning right now with just less than 3 laps remaining. One of them is out. Is that John Emerson? Oh, can't see. No, I don't think it is.
So Waiwaji though, he's it was good evasive action. The hand went up immediately. Everybody just avoided. So again, Waiwaji Trilaksana is desperately trying to stay out of trouble up at the front. As we have a look at Noor Hakim. So not a good day for the green.
Definitely not. That only leaves Shafiq Rasool in the mix. He's some way back in that pack, but still in touch.
Fahmi Bassam is the new race leader. So many new names. It's good to get these one pre-racers coming on to the bigger stage.
Yeah, and ARRC just pushing there, currently in P2 again.
We're coming to the technical part of the 6th lap. There will be 2 laps after this. And Fahmi Bassam is still leading the way. Wayu Aji Trilaksana again forces his way to the front. Shafiq Rasool not too far. Well, no, Shafiq is right at the end of there. Ooh. A couple of guys forced to stand up. That's how congested it's going to be on that last corner.
Yeah, they were downshifting in the middle of the turn, and that was causing the rear wheel just to lock up momentarily and get them out of shape. So it says to me the gearing's not right, but it's Nazarul who leads them across the line this time.
From Fahmi Bassam and Wayu Aji Trilaksana. And Fahmi Bassam is then pushed back, and Wayu Aji, he's wanted to be in the front of this race. I think he's very aware how congested it can get behind him, and so he wants to avoid all the potential contact that is inevitable on the last corner of the last lap here. Bike 60 leads the way.
From his teammate. The wild card, Aditya. And let's just look again for John Emerson in Guito, still there.
Bike 22, yes.
Enjoying the fight as he told us he would.
Little twist. Shafiq Rasool at the back in the green. Again, you don't count out any of that leading group. Even Akid Aziz, who showed early on, but now Akid is just beginning to make his way through the group, just on the left-hand side of that shot in the blue livery.
Yeah, Akid Aziz has made up some ground, actually. He's a long way back by what we expect, but he started that lap somewhere adrift. And now he's making his way up through this illustrious leading group. Shafiq Rasool has got himself...
But he's at the back, yeah.
He's at the back,
it's the green racing suit is what's doing me, but that green racing suit belongs to Aditya Fauzi. And Aditya's got himself into P2 at the moment. Now, this is the rehearsal. This is the rehearsal, because after this we go into the final lap. Nazrul Izzat has got himself free, but also look at that, Aditya Fauzi's got a great line. And the drive out of that corner 16 onto the home straight, that will be where the winner is decided in 1 lap's time. Wayu Aji Trilaksana in P3 as they went over the line. So the drive isn't a long one coming out of 16. You've got to be absolutely perfect coming out of 16.
Yeah, it's a short run to the line, but a long run down to that turn 1. And it's the 2 Racetech 60 teams, the Indonesian team, that were at the front in the first 3 as they came across.
And ARRC bike 338 in P2 just at the moment. In fact, it's 2 wildcards, 1 and 2 at the moment. No, Wayu Aji's got himself in P1 once again. Staying out of trouble, that's the key, but it's wildcards in P2 and P3.
Oh, and that won't stand. Who's that?
He's going to have to drop right the way to the back of the group, and there will be the stewards will look at that one very, very closely. Nazrul Izzat, it wasn't him, so he's okay. He's in P2 behind Wayu Aji Trilaksana. Nazrul Izzat, the overall championship leader. I think it was 338, you know, I think it was ARRC who made that error earlier on.
And is defending champion and championship leader 1 and 2 at the moment.
At the moment. Very close to call, but they're trying to make a drive clear. It's a bit of a procession at the moment, but behind them, you've still got real work going on. Aditya is there. Akid Aziz has got himself up into P3. Aditya has come wide. This is the long right-hand corner. This is where it's going to get fascinating. Akid is in the lead. 1, 2, 3. Spin out, including 2, 2, 2. That's Fahmi Bassam coming through. Look at this. It's Nazrul Izzat and Akid Aziz going for the line. Nazrul Izzat and Akid Aziz by a whisker. It is Akid Aziz.
Akid had the momentum coming across the line then. That was too close to call.
Akid over Nazrul from John Emerson and Gito, Arai, Wayu, Aji and Shafiq Rassel. Wow.
What a finish once again, and there will be a photo for that because Akid just had the momentum on Nazrul, who's very good at that final corner exit himself.
They've got identical times. Akid and Nazrul is at identical times. This will be a photo finish.
Fantastic stuff, and another fantastic performance for John Emerson and Gito on another podium.
Right.
Here we go.
Here's the photo.
Oh.
Can't split that.
Slow down, please.
Can't split
that's
that.
it. Oh, and even further down the field.
Akid and Nazrul, identical times. 1 and 2. Nazrul is claiming the victory. Akid is claiming the victory. We are no closer to sorting it out other than the official moment. The official result says Akid at the moment. That looks like Nazrul, doesn't it?
It looked like Nazrul in real time. That looked a little bit more like Nazrul. But it's so difficult to call.
And the guys who went off on corner 16, pushing themselves over the start-finish line. Hafiz Ramdan. Race result, as you would expect, a photo finish. 78 is Haziq Hamdan. Well, we expect the drama. Every race we expect drama. Every race we get it. Every race we expect something outrageous at the finish. Every race we get it, and this is no exception.
Yeah, in the end, Wayuaji muscled down to 5th position. He led a lot of this race. And we're still not convinced who's number 1 or number 2. What we are convinced is we just saw another fantastic underbone race, the first one we've seen at Mandalika. And it's been won by one of 2 magnificent riders.
I'm really not sure how they can separate those 2. The photo finish that we've seen is completely uncertain. But Akid Aziz, he's pretty confident that he's got it. Nazrul is at, what a race that was to the line though, Barry.
It absolutely was, and I still don't know how you separate that. There is no precedent that I know of in motorcycle racing for awarding a tied finish, but if you measure it in thousandths of a second, then it's tied.
Well, we had 1,000th of a second difference in Sugo,
but we haven't even got that here.
Wow.
It's the same on thousandths. They're going to have to go out to 10 thousandths. Unbelievable.
Underboom. It's fabulous. John Emerson and Gito in P3. That's a great result for him. Arai Agaska as well. Terrific result for the local. Wayu Ajutrilaksana was doing his best to stay out of trouble. He got himself a P5 at the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 did not finishes, and Haziq Hamdan pushed his bike over the line.
Yeah, very animated John Emerson and Gito there in Park Fermé. He's happy though. Happy animation. He's got the flag of the Philippines around his neck before he took his helmet off, and there he is. We saw that smile in Sugo. There's another big grin from Nazrul Izzat. He knows he did everything he could. Oh, and at this point...
Yeah, Nazrul, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And
wow.
I still think it's Nazrul.
Clear as mud. He certainly does. If so, it's 3 wins in 4.
Yeah, so...
No matter, it's also Akid's best result of the season.
Yeah. Yeah, and he did really well because 3 laps to the end, he was almost out of touch of that leading group. And we did see, thanks to that eye-catching colour, we were able to watch him coming up through. So good work by the design team at Cardinals that enabled us to keep an eye on their rider who was making his way through. So they're going to have to wait a little while on the podium, because I think I know what the conversation is in race control. What happened?
Brilliant finish. Nazrul Izzat will increase his lead at the top of the championship standings. That much is certain. By how much is the question?
And I think I just glimpsed a change on the timing screen, Des. We're on the second page at the moment, but let's look when it flicks back. Yes, it is Nazrul Izzat who has been awarded the win.
Okay, let's go down to Daniel Bogus, who I'm hoping is talking to the race winner.
We're down here at Park Fermi after an electric underbone 150 race. A photo finish for you, Nazrul Izzat, but you won the race finally. We saw you testing that from early on. How was that for you?
First kali saya nak cakap syukur Alhamdulillah. Ialah saya menang ni kerana Allah. Dan Alhamdulillah saya cuba fokus dan saya tumpu pada strategi saya. Dan mungkin rezeki saya. Dan saya terima kasih pada tim saya yang bekerja keras. Dan terima kasih my mom dan yang kawan-kawan saya yang sentiasa support. Dan yang fan-fan saya yang sentiasa support. Dan saya terima kasih sangat-sangat yang mendoakan saya. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you so much, Nazrul. Congratulations on a fabulous race.
Highlights from a stunning underbone 150cc race. 8 laps around the Pertamina Mandalika International Racing Circuit, and we thought it would be tight, Barry Russell. We didn't think it would be as tight as it turned out to be. You couldn't separate 1 from 15 for much of the race, although Gupita Krishna did his best to stay out of problems. The bike number 60 led for large chunks of the race.
Yeah. Wayuachi, it looked like a slightly different approach to what we normally see. There he is at the front, and his teammate, his Racetech 60 teammate, Adichie, did a really good job of going with him. They crossed the line 1 and 2 on one occasion, and that was Giancarlo Maurizio going out.
I was surprised there weren't more incidents, there weren't more people going out. There were 6 casualties in the end, but it just looked how congested it is. A number of times guys had to stand up on their bikes because the space in front of them wasn't taken. Sliding off at the back there was bike number 61.
That was
did not finish, Charles Chazros. How do you find space when it's that congested, Barry?
Yeah, and well, ask one of these guys, because just saw Hazik Farouz going through there. Their disappointment for another one of the wild cards.
Dimas
Julia, beg his pardon.
And then Nazrul is at bike 87. He begins to make his move there. But Akid Aziz, we were wondering where Akid Aziz was as Afisa's dreadful day continued, got bad from worse. Akid in the blue livery, bike 13, he's way down here with 3 laps to go. But he slowly begins to make his way. He's at the back of that little group there, and he slowly makes his way through as Honor Hakim stretches out once again.
Yeah, it was really good work from Akid Aziz. He must have made up 12 or 13 places in those last few laps.
Just seeing the flash of blue, bike number 13 on the final lap. This is where he makes his move. It's superbly timed. Goes into the lead for the first time, stands up at Nazrul Izzat as a couple wander off, including Hamdan. And then they come through to this final thrilling finale. Akid, bike 13, chasing. Is he quick enough to get there? The answer was, by the merest of margins, no.
Yeah.
And Nazrul Izzat takes P1 and increases lead at the overall championship standings. Akid. So near, yet so far. It's not even a blink of an eye.
So it's not.
And Nazrul Izzat kisses the ground and will enjoy the Malaysian national anthem. What a race. Round after round after round, year after year after year, under 150cc.
That's why the fan base extends way beyond the boundaries of Asia, no matter how big you define the boundaries of Asia. And yeah, the drone having another look before flying off in the distance. There are 3 winners. Another little delay before the prize giving, but they will be coming.
So presenters for the prizes. This is the 3rd prize presenter, Haji Putra Rizky Bustaman, Vice Secretary General of Indonesia Motor Association, the IMI. He's handing out to John Emerson and Gito. No flash in the pan. P1 in Sugo, P3 here. He's here to stay, this kid, so is the Philippines.
Absolutely.
Uma 451M Yamaha Philippines. Akid Aziz, Cardinals Factory Racing. You can't get closer to P1 than he did without getting P1. That prize handed out by Rizky Bustaman. And Stefan Maki Karapie, the FIM Asia president, hands out the 1st prize to Najul Izzat Bahudin, Uma Racing Yamaha. Very unassuming guy off the track is Nazarul, but serial winner, 3 wins in 4. Edi Saputra, the Deputy Motorcycle Sports of Indonesia Motor Association. He hands out the team award to Uma Racing Yamaha Maju Motor Asia. And the photo for tomorrow morning, and quite rightly, Akid Aziz gets to share the top spot on the podium. But all 3 look pretty happy, though. Akid is wondering, gosh, if I'd have gone a millimetre quicker, I'd be in P1.
Yeah, for John Emerson and Guito to follow up his 1st podium in Sugo with another podium here, with a win in Sugo with a podium here. That's a really good statement by him too. Fantastic work. How you get to the top 3 in a 33-rider race that's so closely contested.
Here's the overall standings, and the extra bonus for Najul Izzat is that he increases his lead at the top of the championship standings. He's got 116 points. Good Peter Kreshner, 77. Wawan Wello, 3rd on 72. That's a fabulous performance. Moribel Bitoni, he's got 72. Shafi Grassol, 63. Hafiza Rofa, Izzat Zaidi, John Emerson and Gito now on 52. P9, Wayu Ajichalaksana. Akid Aziz, there's a reward for his P2 today. Hazik Farus in P11, April King Moscato. Glad to see him racing, but not in the top echelons. Izam Iqmal, Charles Chazros crashed out today. Rinaldi, non-competitor today. So there's the top 16. And gosh, I'm still getting my breath back. It's less than 1,000th of a second between P1 and P2. Coming up next, we move up a category to the 250cc, the Asia Production 250cc. It's day 1 of 2 of racing at the Pertamina Mandalika International Racing Circuit. This is the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. We're back with you in just a couple of minutes' time.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG 7.
Top left, red lights are on and we are underway. And it is a good start up at the front from Ferozi.
So difficult, especially when your tyres aren't quite up to temperature.
On 23, Reza Danica still leads. He's not slowed down, he's confident. So Reza Danica is unconcerned with the problems for Aoshi. This is the chicane. Reza Danica has a good entry. It's a brave work from Veda Ega Pratama. Reza Danica Aron's 3rd victory in 5 races. He takes P1, 25 points. 2nd, oh, it's only just for McLaren. Ahead of Veda Ega, Herjan Atna in P4. Make this a good weekend, and the Yamaha gets off to a decent start. He is leading.
That took that line away from him.
So McLaren Sarapek has only 1 gear, and that is all out, isn't it? Big mistake, and she's caught Ferozi. Didn't do anything wrong there. But this is a 4-way battle for P1.
He's angry.
McLaren Sarapek is out. He's not. Oh, and the 2 Astra Hondas hit each other. Irfan is out. And look at this, it is going to be. Result has been reversed. Veda Ega, who had crossed the line in P2, is dropped down to P3. Aoshi, who had been in P3, is elevated to P2. But the winner, Herjan Atna Ferdaus for Astra Honda Racing, bike number 46. There is a smile, but I'm sure there'll be some tough words in the Astra Honda camp.
Yeah, great reminder of what happened in Sugo. It was tense in the Astra Honda Racing Team camp. Herjan Atna Ferdaus picking up the win. He's also picking up fastest position here. He'll be on pole position, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he has maintained a clear advantage, even over Reza Danica RN's, his senior teammate and championship leader. Reza Danica had a crash in qualifying, so he's going to start down from the 3rd row, from P7.
I think we can have a look at how qualifying went. But we'll have a look at the circuit first, because it's caused all kinds of problems, this circuit, for the racers. Some have said it's a bit sticky. Some have said you've got to stick on the racing line. We've seen it. It can get incredibly congested. What a terrific circuit.
It is. Here
is what happened earlier on today. Herjan Atna Ferdaus, he was the man who was looking a little bit guilty about winning the race last time out in Sugo, because he took out Reza Danica coming at the bottom of the hill in Sugo. But that's now all water under the bridge, and he's the man himself, Herjan Atna, who is really looking to set a fast time, and he did. He had a fast time of 1:47.258, which was 2/10 faster than anybody else.
And the rider just behind him is the replacement for Veda Ega this time out. That is Kiandra, the 14-year-old. We first saw in Sepang last year when he took a P2 in the underbone, and that was the crash out for Reza Danica. They got it back to the garage. They repaired it not quite in time. He went up pit lane just as the checkered flag came out, so there was no further participation for Reza Danica. That's why he will start from P7.
That's one heck of a slide for Reza Danica. He's the overall championship leader. This was the performance that really was stand out, though. Aoshi, Aiki Aoshi for the Japanese on Motul Sniper Mantech. He's not really shown this form this season, and yet he was able to get right up there on bike number 37 as Reza Danica rubbed the dust out of his racing suit. Yeah, it was a P2 for Aoshi.
Yeah, and improvements late in the session as the 3 Thai Hondas ran together to push Mukladar up the qualifying order.
P4 she got in the end. But McLaren has a ride-through penalty that she must serve in this race because of the incidents we saw earlier on in the highlights from Sugo. where she was very much responsible for one or two incidents.
Yeah,
that took place.
sometimes we see this happen in motorcycle racing. A penalty is imposed in the following outing. That's what's happening here. Here are another 3 riders that constructively cooperated together: Aldi Satya Mahendra, Wayuna Groho, and Ferozi Torakatula.
It was good to see Yamaha's actually coming back into the fore. Astra Honda have had things very much their own way in AP 250s, and they do once again, as Herjan Atna will be on pole.
And as we're about to see, it is Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha. Let's throw to Daniel on the grid.
We're down here at the grid for the AP 250 class, the quarter-liter category. This is going to be an exciting race, because look at the front row. We have Honda, Kawasaki, and Yamaha. And we're going to speak to a very fast Honda rider, Herjan. Herjan, you start from the front this time. It's a brilliant performance from you all weekend. But your teammates are missing from the front row usually, compared to usual times. So what's your strategy with the team this time around, knowing that your teammates are further behind?
Basically, we don't have strategy with the team, but I have my own strategy. Here I will fight, and then when another rider's coming, I will enjoy the fighting. And then I will try in the last lap to get the winner here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Herjan. We're going to enjoy the race too. So we're going to go next to Herjan now to Aiki Yoshi. So Aiki, quick one. It's a very different front row from what we've seen so far this season. This weekend you start here with a Honda and a Yamaha. How do you think this is going to go?
Yeah, I think maybe intense battle, many riders. So, but I don't lose, so I can win. Thank you.
Thank you, Aiki. We can't wait for this as well. And we're going to quickly run over this side. I'm going to drag my cameraman around to a very fast rider. It's Aldi Satya. So, Aldi, you're a wildcard, but your talent is far superior of a wildcard. You come here now into ARRC, race 1. This is a very tough looking grid. How do you feel going in?
Yeah, for the race 1 day, I want to try keep my race pace. And if I can podium, I will try all my best. Yeah, this weather is very hot, and I want to keep my tire also. Yeah, we will see in the race 1.
Is there any particular strategy that you have with the other Yamahas for this race?
Yeah, I don't know. The Yamaha, maybe we can do all my best for race 1.
Thank you so much, Aldi. Good luck for this race. So that's it for the AP250 grid. To you, Desmond.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yes, bike number 44, Maklada Saupech, we'll focus on her, and she was a naughty girl in Sugo. She took out 1 or 2 races and will suffer the consequences today.
That's it, and so we'll see this will be a job of damage limitation in the championship for Maklada.
Wayuna Groho on the second row of the grid in P5. He had a P4 in race 2 last time out. And then alongside young Kiandra Ranabdi from Astra Honda Racing, 14 years young. Fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic. I think he was 12 when he got that P2 in Sepang last year.
Herjan Atna carrying the flag today. As you said, Reza Danica in P7. We didn't see him. Kevin Quintal on P8 as well for Honda Racing India. His best performance in qualification so far this season. Again, there's some very good races. 1 or 2 decent wildcards who can really clear the pitch just a little bit. Right, let's have a look at the grid as they start their formation lap. And on the front row, Herjan Atna Ferdaus, P3 in the overall championship standings, but a man in form alongside Aiki Ayoshi on the Kawasaki, and Aldi Satya Mahendra, a very good wildcard on the Yamaha.
Yeah, leading row 2 is Maklada Saupech. We were just talking about Wayuna Groho, the second of the Yamahas on row 2 in P5. P6, Kiandra Ramadipa.
Championship leader Reza Danica Arons for Astra Honda Racing leads the third row of the grid. Once we get there. He's alongside Kevin Samar Quintal, who's a very promising young racer from India on the Honda, and Cao Vietnam, who keeps on picking up points for Honda Racing Vietnam.
And leading row 4 is Ferozi Torakatula from Warwick Tom Nopakun, riding for East NJT Racing Team, and the welcome return of Ray Ratakuri, who qualified in P12.
Again, a very, very tasty wildcard to have. Mohammed Irfan Haiko from IDEMITSU Bunsu Honda on P13, along Kiatasak Singapore for Honda Racing Thailand, and then Idlan Hakimi again for IDEMITSU Bunsu Honda. Good racer, good young racer, we're expecting more from him.
Honda Racing Thailand also in P16 in the shape of Tanak Long Pliao. Next to him, 96, the very distinctive, as we'll see, Alif Adamsia, and outside of him, Irfan Ardiansia, qualifying way down.
Yeah, that's strange to see him down. Watcherin Tuktiman, stepping up from the TVS one make last year. He's on P19 alongside another wildcard, Felix Mulya on the Yamaha, and Lin Chunmei from Chinese Taipei on Motul Sniper Mantec Racing.
Starting from P22 is Chihiro Ishii for STG MS Hawk Pro. And next to her, Mohsin Paramban for Honda Racing India, and outside, Ni Jian from China.
Final row of the grid is Liang Nangtse from Victor Racing for Hong Kong. And then you've got Duktan and Panchapon for East NJT Racing Team. Fans are coming in to this well-appointed venue. 5 years young. Our first time here for the Asia Road Racing Championships. And 27 riders on the grid. Herjan Atna for Astra Honda Racing. There's a really big Indonesian representation on that grid.
Yeah, and it's fantastic to be back here after such a long break. Here we go.
10 laps of the circuit. 4.3 kilometers per lap. We are underway, race 1 of the weekend, race 7 of the season. Couple of wheelies for Herjan Atna, is calmness personified, and Herjan Atna leads the way from Aldi Satya. The blue of Yamaha, the red of the Honda, and it is Aldi Satya who will go into this first right-hand corner in the lead, and that's a fine start by Aldi.
Yeah, it looked like a really good controlled start from Herjan, but Aldi did it better, and he leads them through this first very difficult first sector. Let's just check down the field. There's 27 starters.
Yoshi in P3 in the easy to pick out green on the Kawasaki. The backdrop looks wonderful, but the riders have to really focus on what's going on. A couple of guys forced very, very wide there, including the other Kawasaki of Lin Chunmei. But it is Aldi Satya who is still leading the way. Oh no, Yoshi's late on the brakes there. And Herjan Atna is being caught by Wayu Nugroho, who's got into that leading group as well.
Yeah, but Aiki Yoshi really means business here. He was P2 last time out at Sugo. Does he want to take another step up? Is Aldi Satya, is Herjan going to allow that to happen? Long way to go.
I tell you what, normally it is an Astra Honda Procession AP250, but it is very, very different today. Where's Reza Danica? Reza Danica started in P7, but the championship leader, well, he's not too far off the pace. There he is at the back of, or in the middle of that little group behind. But it's Yamaha, Kawasaki, Yamaha, and then Herjan Atna. Somebody is forced into the pits. There is McLaren.
That's McLaren, yeah, coming in for her ride through. So I was wondering when that was going to happen. There was obviously a plan for that. There it is, Reza Danica, number 1, 2, 3. He crosses the line 7th.
Along with Ray Ratakore. All right, that's nice and congested. There's plenty going on as we wait for McLaren. That is purgatory for any racer, but it was ill-disciplined. Some of the work in Sugo really did cause problems for the other competitors, and now she goes and just tries to make up as much ground as she possibly can. The problem is it is a sprint. It's only 10 laps.
Yeah, she will be looking for points here. There are 27 starters, so she's really going to have to gun it. But we have 2 Yamahas at the front. Aldi Satya followed by Wayu Nugroho, but as I complete that sentence, the Honda clappy sticks are being clapped.
That was an unusual line. I don't think that was in the textbook.
No, but Herjan made it stick.
Oh, and right at the very back, we've got a casualty.
That's one of the East NJT riders. I can't see which one that was. That will have been Warwick or
Watcherin or Panchapon?
I think that's Watcherin. He's not quite as tall as Warwick. Let's see, I think that was number 25. To be confirmed.
While he is off the circuit, back in the lead is Herjan Atna Ferdaus. Let the Yamahas have their moment in the sunlight. Now let's get back to business, says Herjan Atna. But Aldi Satya and Wayu Nugroho, both very, very close to him.
Wide sweeping line seemed to be the best way around. Some riders just going a bit too wide on the exit to that turn 16, that spoon-shaped corner.
Yoshi has dropped down quite a bit. As we have a look at Yoshi further down, bike 11, that's Tanat coming through.
Yeah, Irfan Ardiansya making his way up through the field as well. He had a crash in qualifying, so started way down.
Mohamed Fairozi's made a good break on that lap as well. Bike number 36. One pre-champion a couple of years ago. There he is in P2 at the moment, and we've been waiting for Fairozi to really show us some kind of form this season. He's had a best position of a P5, and that was in Sugo.
Kevin Kintel just falling off the back of that leading group, I think. Just trying to pick him out. The white Honda, some way back. After starting from a very promising position. 3 Yamahas abreast.
I was going to say, it looked a little bit promising, didn't it? They're just closing in on Herjan Atna. It's good to see the variety, and then the Kawasaki in the background of Iyoshi.
Yeah, but those 3 Yamaha riders really need to work together now. And where is Aiki Yoshi? He's just behind them. Cal Vietnam is up there somewhere as well.
Reza Danica is down in P10, still suffering the consequences of yesterday's crash. Just in that leading group, but that's a fascinating group. 57 is Aldi Satya. He's more than capable. Do the Yamahas work together? Oh, it looked like they're racing with each other there, and Wayu Nugroho had to take some evasive action.
And I'll tell you what, that's Cal Vietnam, who's the best of the Hondas behind. There he is, number 65. Cal Vietnam across the line in P5 once again. Irfan Ardiansya is catching him. So, another wonderful performance from Cal Vietnam.
Best position so far, a P4 in the first round of the season.
And down goes Aiki Yoshi. I'm sorry, that is Irfan Ardiansya. He was pushing hard to come up. His second crash of the day. Second time into the gravel. Pushing just a bit too hard to catch up. We know how aggressive he is. He just pushed it a little bit too hard that time.
So Iyoshi is still there. Ardiansya in the gravel. You're not getting out of that one too easily. And that'll be a long trek back to the pits. In the meantime, Iyoshi is in a chasing group. Herjan Atna still leading the way. And in this second little group, 65, as you say, Cal Vietnam. Cal Vietnam is giving this a real go.
And I tell you what, Wayu Nugroho did well to stay on then. He's just dropped back a little bit to P4. Cal Vietnam very much in the mix there.
Although he's lost 2 places to
red,
Iyoshi.
white helmet, but look at the way he's fighting. He's fighting now with Aiki Iyoshi and Kiandra, I think that is, or is it Reza Danica?
Herjan Atna still leading the way. Iyoshi is absolutely... He's in some real races there. Tanat is in the midst of that little group as well. It's fascinating. While this racing is going on, Herjan Atna is just able to establish a little bit of a lead. He's got himself a full second clear of Aldi Satya. And while it's great for us to actually see the dueling going on between Cal Vietnam and Iyoshi, it's even better for Herjan Atna Ferdaus, who's got a lead of 0.8 of a second up at the front. Aldi Satya in P2, Fairozi in P3. This is the battle for P4. Wayu Nugroho and Reza Danica Arendt has got himself right back up into it. Right then, before halfway, Reza Danica is now just beginning to get into some kind of rhythm.
Yeah, he's just put Wayu Nugroho and Cal Vietnam behind him. Now, will he be able to pull away? The Indonesian championship leader, Reza Danica, carrying a 500 RPM rev cut by virtue of the early championship lead he took at the beginning of the season.
Well, he had 3 wins, a P2 and a P3 in those first 5 races. So success penalties. In the meantime, Cal Vietnam is once again impressing.
Yeah, look how good on the brakes he was going into turn 10 then.
Reza Danica has got himself up in ahead of Wayu Nugroho, so Reza Danica up into P4. He may have that success penalty, but you can't take away from the quality of this young fella.
Yeah, why are you going with him? Herjanatna getting away from this battle behind.
Herjan looking himself for a 3rd win of the season. As we focus on that Nugroho versus Reza Danica battle, that's for P4. Astra Honda and the Yamaha. Cal Vietnam just behind them on the Honda.
Yeah, this is fascinating. Why are you trying to push his way up underneath Reza Danica? Reza Danica held his line well.
I'm not sure how much time Reza will have spent here at Mandalika, or Wayu Nugroho for that matter, but both seem to have different lines into that corner.
Yeah, that was really interesting going around the outside. Reza Danica looked as though he was going to lose out, but he held it.
Ayoshi, meanwhile, in P5 as Herjanatna. His lead remained the same, 8 tenths quicker, or 8 tenths ahead.
Yeah, you can see on the grid the attitude of Herjan. It really is a champion's attitude. Quite selfish in a way, but you need that to be a champion. Doesn't really care about what the others are doing. He's just going to ride his own race, and he'll beat anybody that comes anywhere near him. And nobody's anywhere near him at the moment.
The Reza Danica is pulling in on P2. He's taking Wayu Nugroho with him. That's a good little battle. Wayu Nugroho enjoying a little bit of a pull, but unable to get past Reza Danica ARRC. As Herjanatna 46 goes through, that's Aldi Satya alongside Fairozi, who's showing the form we know he's capable of. Fairozi. Honda, Yamaha, Yamaha, Honda, Yamaha.
And as we come up to halfway, we're shaping up for a really nice battle for the podium.
Herjan looks like he's increasing that lead, though got that one slightly wrong. Just had to make an adjustment in the middle of that corner. As they come round this seemingly never-ending right-hander, it is actually 3 corners, and Reza Danica has been able to close in on the tail end of Fairozi. As they take corner 16, the left-hander onto the home straight. What kind of a drive does Reza Danica get out? Astro Honda Racing. As,
that is
Nitian.
Yeah, Nitian is out, unfortunately, for Victor Racing.
Right, it was 2 groups of 2 chasing Herjan. Now it's a group of 4. Do they work together? Do they try to close in on Herjanatna, or do they just work on working up the lower placings on the podium between themselves?
Muqtada Sarapic, who did that ride-through penalty, currently in P25. So that really was a penalty.
Oh, that's beautiful from Reza Danica. Undercut everybody and moves now into P2. Reza Danica, bit special, that overtaking manoeuvre.
Yeah, old Indonesian battle there on track.
Now they come into this double right-hander. Yamaha will have been looking a bit happier until that Reza Danica move. 10, 11 and 12. It's a sharp right, sharp left, and Reza Danica is looking in really good form, because now he's got past the Yamahas. It looks like he's slowly but surely closing in on Herjanatna.
Yeah, we've still got plenty of time. Question is, can the 3 Yamahas somehow cooperate behind Reza Danica, perhaps pull themselves up closer to Herjan?
10-lap race.
He was 1.6 seconds ahead last time around.
Herjan comes through. Reza Danica in P2. Astra Honda tries to get rid of the toe. The lead is up to 1.9 seconds, so Herjan is actually pulling away. And 3 Yamahas closing in on Reza Danica. Fairozi has a look on the inside, but Reza's able to hold them off.
Yeah, this is good from Fairozi. We know how quick he is, but he often has faded in the past. as the race has gone on. Not this time.
1.9 seconds between P1 and P2. Astra Honda racing despite the presence of the Yamahas. It's still an Astra Honda party. P1 and P2. Kiandra in P7 at the moment in the group behind this group.
Really hard push from Ferozi there.
Look at the variety of lines.
Yeah, they're still not getting in each other's way, these three Yamahas. Here comes Aldi Satcher. No, he has to stay behind, keep station. Very wide line there from Ferozi. I think that's going to cost him. Yeah, that's cost him a couple of places. Aldi Satcher moves into the position of chasing Reza Danica for P2.
So many of the riders said you make one mistake and it costs you so much more than it should do on this circuit. You get off the racing line and then it's so difficult to get back on it. Reza Danica able to pull away from Aldi Satya Mahendra. Rainer Groho is there, as you say. Ferozi has lost quite a lot of time there. He's working desperately hard to get back in. But when we come through, Herjan Atner will have just 2 laps to go to make it back-to-back wins for him. So Herjan Atner goes through. The lead is down to 1.4. He's lost half a second to Reza Danica. Ooh, you know what? There's a chance.
There's 2 laps remaining. Depends on the condition of Herjan's bike, and also Reza Danica signals, follow me, don't hold us up, let's try and catch the rider at the front.
And the Yamahas all slip into play. Right then, behind them, Kiandra, 212 is in P6 ahead of Tanat. Cal Vietnam has dropped down. Ayoshi is in that group as well. Ayoshi will be desperately disappointed. P2 in qualification, but only down in P9 on the race.
And that was after a P2 at Sugo as well. So disappointing for him, as you said.
Kiandra, Cal Vietnam, Tanat, Ayoshi and Kiatasak all in that little group. We saw Fernand Janser crash out in spectacular fashion before. Ayoshi will be desperate to pick up some points. He's in P4 in the overall championship standings. He's off a P2 in Sugo. We're back with the leading group, or more specifically the battle for P2. And it's still Reza Danica Arendt who is holding off the battle from Aldi Satya Mahendra. Remember when Aldi Satya first came to our attention as a 13-year-old? Some brilliant racing. He's matured. He's a very, very capable racer at 250 now.
Yep, now I think he's 16. I don't think he's past 17 yet, but getting experience in World Supersport 300, that's doing a whole lot for his game.
Herjan to the right, the lead, 0.7 of a second. We're on the final lap as Aldi goes, made a move to go on the inside of Reza Danica.
That's too early. Tactically, that's too early. He needs to stay with Reza Danica. He closed the gap by 0.7 last time around. 0.7 is the disadvantage at the beginning of this lap. I don't think there's going to be enough time, but this is a really intriguing battle.
Are they able to close in on Herjan Atner? Doesn't look it visually. Aldi again takes one line. Bayu Nugroho tries to take the other. They're trying to make a sandwich of the Astra Honda man, but Reza Danica is staying out of that sandwich.
Yeah, Aldi doesn't want to wait. Let's see what he can do about the Honda just ahead of him.
Aldi
gonna have his work
late
cut
on
out.
the brakes.
Yeah. He's got the championship leader in front of him.
Through 10, Herjan Atner still has the lead. This is the critical part of the race. Herjan Atner has led from the very, very start. But look at this, Reza Danica is closing in at quite some pace. Whether or not he's got enough time to close that completely, I'm not sure. Herjan Atner, the long, long right, and then you'll have the hairpin. Herjan Atner is going to be able to hold on to this. So Herjan from Reza Danica, and look at Aldi Satya. Aldi into P2. Through the right-hander, Aldi, has he made it stick? The answer is yes, as Herjan Atner comes through to take the race victory. Back-to-back wins for Herjan Atner. P2 to Aldi Satya ahead of Waina Groho, and Reza Danica drops from P2 to P4 on the final two corners.
Yeah, he was blocked in turn 16 there by Aldi. It was a fair block pass, but Aldi made it stick, and in avoiding, in keeping out of trouble, Reza Danica dropped another place to Waina Groho. So 1 Honda, 2 Yamahas on the podium. Herjan Atner did what he set out to do. He did ease off a little bit in the final couple of laps. It looked like Reza Danica was going to catch him, but there was too much impatience, too much push from the 2 Yamahas behind him. So only 1 Astra Honda on the podium here at Mandalika in race 1. The Honda fans in the grandstand there celebrating. But what a cracking race that was. We knew we were in for a treat with the AP250s. And looking further down, another really good top 10 finish for Cal Vietnam. He was 6th. Ferozi Torakatula, who threatened in the early stages, he ended up 5th, 3.5 seconds down. But it was that battle for P2 that really captivated us, and the chase towards Herjan Atner. I really feel that Herjan Atner had that under control there.
He did. It was half a second in the end, or 0.57 of a second in the end. And you did feel that he was looking back saying, yeah, that's not going to worry me. Another couple of laps though, and it might have been a little bit more interesting. But 10 laps is what it was, as the waves continue to roll in. And so Astra Honda Racing continue to pick up the points. This time though, it's Herjan Atner, his 3rd win of the season, his 2nd in a row, and he is closing in on the overall championship lead from Reza Danica Arons, who finished in P4 today, having been overtaken by Aldi Satya and Waina Groho on the last couple of corners. Ferozi makes a Yamaha 235. Cal Vietnam, another good 10 points for him for Honda Racing Vietnam in 6th, ahead of Kiandra Radamipa. Bike 212 for Astra Honda Racing in 7th. Tanat finishing in 8th ahead of Kiatasok Singapong. Bike 149 for Honda Racing Thailand. Eyoshi, a disappointing P10 I must think for Kawasaki. Ray Ratakori, the wild card in 11. Alif Adamcia, another wild card in 12. Irfan Heikel 13. Felix Butcher-Mulya on the Yamaha, a wild card 14. Idlan Hakimi picking up a single point on the IDEMITSU Bunchu Honda for P15, 21.5 seconds adrift. Kevin Quintal started in P8, finishing a disappointing P16, no points. Waret Ishii in 18th, Liu in 19th, 38 seconds down. Duk Tam 20th. McLaren couldn't get in the points, that ride-through penalty really costing her 45 seconds adrift. Mohsin Parambam in P22 for Honda Racing India. It was a long gold list. Leong Tse in 23, Panchapon 24, Irfan Ardiansa crashed out, got back on to finish the race, 129 down. Nitian and Watcherin, they were the 2 who did not finish the race.
Attrition actually not too bad for the size of the field.
Yamaha, I'm not surprised there's celebrations in the Yamaha camp. P2 and P3 for them. Aldi Satya, good for him. Waina Groho, excellent for Wayu.
Yeah, this AP250 class looking much more evenly balanced here at Mandalika.
But once again, Astra Honda leading the way. Reza, the overall championship leader, though, will be disappointed to be down in P4. But Herjan Atner, tell you what, he looked a little bit in Sugo, he looked a little bit embarrassed with the victory because of the manner of the victory. No embarrassment here. This is well earned. And everybody looking to get a little piece of the action. And we hopefully will be getting an interview with Herjan Atner in a very, very short time.
Family photo looks there.
Very composed, wasn't he, right from the start?
Yeah, he really has got the look of a champion about him, in my opinion, Herjan.
Reza Danica might want to differ. Aldi Setya, good performance from him. Waina Groho, good performance from him. Reza Danica, his season's gone wrong a little bit.
A little bit. We saw this last year. The leaders often in 250 come back. So let's go down to Daniel, who is in Parc Fermé somewhere.
We're down here for Parc Fermé after the AP 250 race 1. And what a race that was. We have Wahyu Nugroho over here with us. Wahyu, that was quite the battle, especially when Reza came in the picture. But he managed to stick it in the last corner and finish on the podium. How was that?
Yeah, the first I want to say Alhamdulillah and thank you for all of the team and all the people always support me until now. And Alhamdulillah I can be here now because of you. Yeah, it was a tough race because, you know, for the last 3 rounds it's so difficult to get the first group. But now I'm here. Alhamdulillah, thank you to everyone. And I just want to say really thank you.
Thank you so much, Wahyu. We can see the emotions. Congratulations. And in second place, teammate Aldi Satya. Aldi, we were on the edge of our seats when Reza got past you. And then at the second to last turn, you made that move, made it stick on the inside. Was that the plan when you saw that happening?
Yeah, I'm so happy for the race 1 because, you know, the Honda and Yamaha is different. Yeah, for lap, I want to try to follow Herjun, but I can because, you know, my tire is finished. And yeah, and in the middle of the lap, Wahyu and Fairos and Reza is coming for me, and yeah, from that I keep safe, and Alhamdulillah, in the last corner I can number 2.
Thank you so much, Aldi. Fantastic racing. Congrats. And your race winner, Herjun Adna. Herjun, on the grid you said that you're going to do your best, and you definitely did your best. You pulled that gap, maintained it. Did you feel the pressure when people started slowly catching up on the gap?
In the beginning of the race, the Yamaha rider coming, and then I try to manage my tire also, and then still enjoy follow, and then try make a gap. But in the last of the race, the another rider coming, but I know the gap is not so close, so I still enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We enjoyed it just as much as you enjoyed riding. Thank you and congratulations.
Highlights from AP 250, race number 1 of round 4 here at Mandalika. And Herjun Atna for Astra Honda Racing, bag number 46, on pole position and right from the very start, looking very smooth. Didn't make it into first place in the first corner because Aldi Satya Mahendra, a wild card, got off to a really good start on the Yamaha. But once he got into the lead, bag number 46, there he is down in P5. It took him, I don't know, 3/4 of a lap. But once he did, Barry Russell, he was supremely confident.
Yeah, he pushed really hard, really aggressive. And there's Reza Danica back with Kiandra there. And that was the best we saw of Muqtadar at the start, because then she had a ride-through penalty. In the end, that was to cost her 45 seconds.
That was Herjun making the move through the lead. It was a gutsy old move, and he got through. Behind them, Cal Vietnam continued his consistent season. He would finish P6, but once Herjun Atna got into the lead, he really wasn't going to go out. Irfan Ardiansa, that's not a good performance. That's not a good crash, just leaning too far in.
2 crashes today for Irfan.
Confidence will be shot as Aldi Satya. Irfan, that's an expensive repair for him. For Herjun, wasn't worried about what was happening to Irfan Ardiansa. But this is where Reza Danica began to make his move, and it really did look, to this correspondent at least, as though once he got into P2, he was going to make a move on Herjun Atna. It wouldn't prove to be that way.
No, you know the quality of Reza, and he did help that group, I believe, to close the gap on Herjun. But at this point, at the start of the final lap, Aldi Satya wasn't prepared to wait and follow the leader. He had ideas of his own. He was going to take to the end of the lap, but my goodness, this was an absolute thriller of a final lap.
That's turn 16, and then he's just kind of blocked him out, and Reza Danica had to slam on the brakes, and that cost him another position to Wahyu Nugroho as well. Herjun Atna, though, goes on to make it a 3rd win of the season, back-to-back races, and will move into real contention in the overall championship standings. That's a mixed reaction in Astra Honda there, isn't it? Thrilled with P1, not thrilled that P3 was taken away from them.
Yeah, we're not used to seeing this, but we are happy to see more diversity on the grid. 2 Yamahas on the podium this time around.
Wayu Nugroho on the Yamaha, Aldi Satya Mahendra, and a very, very happy race winner, Herjan Atna Firdaus.
Tell you what, Wayu Nugroho is emotional, isn't he, as Daniel said.
And we'll have the prizes after Indonesia Raya, the Indonesia national anthem. Very, very happy Indonesian crowd because they've got a 1-2-3. Indonesian racers are really dominating in the 250 category at the Asian Road Racing Championship. Prizes today handed out by Iwan Budi Wana, Chief Treasury Officer of the IMI, that's the Indonesian Motor Association. Nugroho, do you forget how young he is?
Yeah, first 250 podium for him.
Masanori Enomoto, MD of IDEMITSU Lube Asia Pacific, handing out the prizes for second and first. Aldi Satya, good to see him back, even as a wild card. And the race winner and a genuine overall contender for the overall championship, Herjan Atna Firdaus. Of course, success penalties will begin to kick in for him as well soon.
Yeah, we'll have to do a little calculation to see when that might happen. It's if you get an advantage of 50 points or more over the rider in 5 points below you. Sounds complicated, but not really. It's designed to even things up.
And it has. Stefan Maki-Krapie, FIM Asia President, hands out the Timor to Astra Honda Racing. Satisfied look there, but I am wondering what they're thinking about Reza Danica. Confirmation of the result. Wayu Nugroho, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, Aldi Seti, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, Herjan Atna, Astra Honda Racing Team, based in Indonesia. 3-2-1. In the overall championship standing, it's still Astra Honda dominating the very top, but it's a little bit tighter for Reza Danica Arons, who still leads the overall championship standings. 135 points to him, 11 points clear of Herjan Atna. And then it's Veda Ega, an absentee here, who's on 100 points. Ayoshi, only P10 today, 66 points. Jakripet, Cal Vietnam, look at that, 55 points. There's a chance Cal Vietnam could get up into the top 4 or 5. What a performance that would be. McLarda's ride through hurt her dreadfully today. 54 points for no points. Irfan Ardiense, he crashed out. He's on 48 points. That's the AP 250. And our next focus will be on the Supersport 600 as the atmosphere surrounding the venue continues to be absolutely luscious and glorious. Gosh, that's picture postcard stuff, but our focus will be returning to the track very, very soon. We are at Lombok at the Mandalika International Racing Circuit. It's the Asia Road Racing Championship. Coming up next, we've got the Supersport 600. Be back in 2 minutes' time.
Now, Barry, you've got to talk about the weather. When they go off, I'm sure it'll be a tentative start. Indeed it is. Actually, Helmi Asman was there. Oh, we've got our first casualty. Somebody goes down on the corner of the chicane. That enables a change of lead. And the new leader is Kito Abe.
Oh, and his teammate followed him and nearly hit him too.
Has caused a red flag to be called. And yeah, Helmi Asman. Helmi rode very well. That was an aggressive start by Helmi. Coming out of it, Kito Abe, Minamoto, lovely line through the chicane. What kind of a drive can Minamoto get out of it? It's a good one. Abe takes the 5-lap sprint, 25 points for Abe. Minamoto in 2, and just holding on was Chip Nakarin from Helmi and Azroy. And your race winner, look at that from Kito Abe. When the red lights go off, we are underway. And immediately Kengo Nagao has got off to a decent start. Obviously the rain makes a huge difference, but Nagao looks a completely different rider today. In trouble, there is Andy Mohamed Fadli. He's out the race.
Nicely done by Khalid Mpawi there.
Oh! Azroy Hakim Anwar is taken out. Khalid Mpawi is now coming onto the heel. Khalid Mpawi into P2.
But we're not done.
Abe, as they come into the chicane, different lines. Now then, Khalid Mpawi, he'll want to slingshot out. He'll want to get a drive out. He'll want to get a pull up the hill. So then, Abe leads. Can he come out of the slipstream? Khalid Mpawi makes the move. Mpawi and Abe! It is Kyril Mpawi by 100th. It's a photo finish, but it looked like Khalid Mpawi just did enough. It looked it.
Gosh, that was a good, a good round for Sugo, wasn't it? Very different conditions there to here. We had rain, we had cold, we had hills here, we have got glorious sunshine, a bay that is beautiful, and the heaven for the beaches, for the weather, and the fact we've got motor racing as well. What more could a man want, Barry Russell?
Well, you could ask for the kind of racing that we just saw recapped from Sugo, because it was phenomenal. So close in this class. So let's look at qualifying.
The best of the qualifying from earlier on this morning, on Saturday. And in terms of overall championship leaders, Caroline Paui, who we saw taking the race by 1,000th of a second last time out. He starts off in P6 here. He would get himself up into P3. In fact, this would be a really, really good day at the office for Bunshu Honda Racing Team. Caroline Paui picking up P3. Bike number 41, Chip Nakarin for Thai Honda Racing, not impressing as much. Minamoto was looking good for Yamaha Gem Blue Racing. Bike number 22 for a while. He'd pick up P2. But when it came down to it, Helmi Asman and Azroy Hakim Anwar for Bunshu Honda and Khalid and Paui Barry made it to 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, those good early showings by Soichiro and Nakarin were not sustained. It was the Bunshu Hondas that would come through and snatch it away from them.
We had some good shots, but Ray Matsuoka would finish down in P11. Adi Mohammed Fadli still struggling to show the form we know he's capable of. But there is Helmi Asman, who would be the pole sitter. And then Caroline Pai went out for a couple of final laps, couldn't get better than P3.
Yeah, interesting thing here was that Helmi Asman went out on qualifying tyres right at the beginning of the session, didn't put in a good time, and we wondered why. We thought perhaps these rear tyres were too grippy, and as things turned out, that would be the case. But let's see, we were not halfway through the session yet. There's Nakarin looking impatient as he sat through the midpoint break. There was Ratapong Willarot.
Another tough day at the office for Ratapong, P8 for him. Azroy Hakim Anwar picks himself a P2 in a 1:38.293. Thoughtful look in the garages from the engineers. But Helmi Asman would get back on his bike, having set that early time, and would hold on a 1:37.785. 5/10 quicker than anybody else out on the circuit.
Yeah, and he did that on medium tyres. Azroy, who was previously number 1, was on a qualifier, so that's it. And look at this aerial shot again, stunning every time.
And the weather has stayed good as well. There was a hint there might be a little bit of rain last night. There were 1 or 2 clouds, but no, those clouds are being taken away and the waves are gushing in. It's glorious. It's great fun for the camera guys, particularly the ones with the long lenses. They can show the beauty, but for the riders, they have got to negotiate a very, very difficult circuit. A beautiful circuit, but a difficult circuit.
Yeah, it is really difficult, as you can see from turn 1 through to turn 5. Really technical, and then the circuit starts to open out until we get round to the final sector.
Okay, I think we can go down to Daniel, who I understand is talking to the pole sitter, Helmi Asman.
So we're now here down for the Super Sport 600 class. 4-cylinder engines, plenty of power, plenty of speed. Now we're going to talk to poleman with a fantastic qualifying session. It's Helmi Asman from Bunshu Honda. Helmi, you were 6th in the combined practice, and then in qualifying, 1st and fastest. What did you guys change?
Yes, of course, we're looking forward for the good lap time. Of course, for the morning, we know we have a qualifying tire, but I try to push with qualifying tire, but not enough too fast. And I change back the medium tire, and I try hood. I try get some Motivic from soft tire, and I try to push hard. And yes, I can get better lap time.
So, in regards to the circuit, because you clearly have gotten a fast lap time, do you like this circuit from a rider's perspective?
Yeah, of course, I like this track is good, very nice, and he also high-speed track, and I very like it. So I hope I can do my best for this race.
Definitely, can't wait to see you out there. So now we're gonna move on to the second row to Soichiro. Minamoto, one of the Japanese riders in this category, and a fantastic rider actually in qualifying as well. So we're going to try and grab a quick word. Minamoto, I want to ask you, so right now in front of you, you've got a few Hondas, and then it's you here at the Yamaha. Do you think that's going to be tough to break the rhythm of the Hondas, or do you think that you guys have what it takes this time round?
Yes, this track also Honda top 3 very fast, but in morning qualify session, I too much better than yesterday, and maybe I can try to pushing the battle of the top 3 of the Honda. Maybe this track too much corner, right corner, and all rider very difficult for right side. Tire also, and yes, I try to these points and try to best race.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race coming up shortly. We'll see you on track. So yeah, now we're just going to head over to number 6 on the grid. It's Adinanta Putra. We're going to have a quick word. Sorry, P9. We're going to go further back. Let's look at the numbers upside down by accident. So we're going to look at Adinanta Putra, who, for those who joined us last season, remember how fast Adinanta is. So I'm just going to make my way around to this side. So Adinanta, you're 9th in the combined practice and in qualifying. So you start here. It seems like it was a tough week. How was it?
The lap time was, the gap was so close with the another riders. It will be a tough race, but I will push from the start to fight on the top group, yes.
You have your teammate not far in front of you. Do you think there's a team strategy that you guys are going to play, or are you riding for yourself?
I will riding for myself, yeah.
Thank you so much, Adinanta. We look forward to seeing this race. Good luck. Back to you, Des and Barry.
That wasn't very politically correct, was it? I'm riding
Not really.
for myself, but it's honest.
Yep, and not dissimilar to the message we heard from Hergen in the previous race, actually. So it's good that the Astra Honda management is so canny that they let their riders give them that much freedom and yet somehow keep it all together as a cohesive unit.
He also made the point that the lap times are pretty close. You take away Helmi Asman, who was half a second clear of everybody else. It's pretty tight. There's less than half a second separating P2 from P7. We'll just talk about that in a moment. Helmi's on the front row of the grid alongside his spiritual brother Azroy Hakim Anwar for Bunchu Honda Racing, and their Bunchu Honda brother in kind, and the championship leader Khalid Pawi is on the 3rd position.
And P4 leading the second row, Soichiro Minamoto, we just spoke to, Nakarina Tirapuvapat next to him, and Fadila Arbi Aditama standing in for Gary Salim.
Kito Abe, who won the rain-affected race 1 in Sugo on P7 for one X-Work TKR Racing Team. Ratapong Willarov for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, still gutsing it out. He's alongside Adinanta Putra, who we heard from in the interview. And
Andy Fadley qualified in P10 from Rei Matsuka, the All Japan Stock 600 competitor. Galanghendra Prasamar outside of him.
Moving on. Ibrahim Noradin, welcome back, Ibra. Only P13, but Yamaha Gen Blue will be a better team with the presence of Ibrahim Noradin. Panasonic alongside him for Honda Racing Thailand. Shah Jun Tong for Victor Racing Yamaha in P15. But Ibrahim Noradin, down that low in the grid, tells you we've got a rather tasty lineup here. It may only be 15 riders, but you know, there's some genuine international quality.
Yeah, and Ibrahim looked a lot more competitive in free practice yesterday than he did today, but he's got a lot of ground to make up, and the times, as you were saying, are really tight. It was surprising the margin that Helmi Asman managed to get to take pole positions, because behind him it's really tight. All the riders in the 138s down to Adinanta Putra in 9th.
This is the formation lap. It almost gives us a chance to give us a flying lap, Barry. Let's talk through that. You've got we have the tight corner number 1, and then you've got this intricate section 2, 3, 4 and 5, and then constant right-hand corners 6, 7, 8 and 9, and then suddenly once you hit 10 and 11, you're forced into some really, really tight right-hand corners.
Yeah, from turn 5 to turn 11, there's a lot of time on the right side of the tyre.
gratuitous ocean shot there.
That's it. It's the magnetic effect of the ocean on the cameraman.
And these are the two right-handers, turn 10 and 11. And then you've got to get yourself in perfect position coming into the left-hander 12. That's that corner. Because if you get that wrong, the long right-hander from 14 onwards to 16, it just devastates you.
Yeah, it does. And at this point, the tyres on the right-hand side are really hot, really sticky. And there we go, that good shot there of the big spoon-shaped turn 16.
It's a tight spoon, it's a teaspoon.
Yeah, teaspoon.
And then, after all that action, you've got to get yourself in position to do a 90-degree left-hand side, and then drive through to the line. And it's a fairly short drive through as well, so if you get your line wrong coming out of corner 17, your whole race, your whole lap is scuppered.
Yeah, and that's one of the defining features, I think, of this Mandalika circuit, is you need to be really pinpoint accurate. As Adananta sorry, that's Fadila. Yeah, Fadila.
He's behind Khalid Mpawi, who's the overall championship leader. And Khalid Mpawi has had 3 wins, 2 second places, and 1 P13.
And there's a nice shot of the 3 Bunsu Hondas who locked out the front row.
10 laps of the track. We are underway. Bunsu Honda off to a solid start, but so is Minamoto. Minamoto has gone through the second row and got himself into P2. That's a flying start from Sojiro Minamoto, and he will go through on the inside there, holding on to P2, although just taken over by Helmi Asman.
Yeah,
but Minamoto, solid start.
Yeah, and that was Azroy who made the best start from the middle of the front row to become the early leader.
Azroy Hakim Anwar in P7 in the overall championship. He had a win in Sepang.
Yeah, nice takeoff from Minamoto. In P3, 2 Bunsu Hondas just stretching a little bit at the front. Azroy deserves a bit of luck. This time around he got taken out at Sugo. A couple of DNFs which have damaged his championship chances.
Where's Chip Nakarin? Chip Nakarin P5 just at the moment. He had a DQ in Sugo, race number 2, did Chip Nakarin. That cost him because he finished high up the field, so that could cost him very much. Oh, going very wide was the Yamaha there.
And is that
Minamoto?
Just looking, is that Fadila behind them?
Yeah, Fadila's made a good move on the Honda, bike 93.
Yeah, and Helmi Asman down in 5th.
I'm looking down for Minamoto as well. After that flying start, he's dropped down to P6 as they come round the teaspoon. And then into the left-hand shot. And coming through at the first of 10 laps, it is Bunsu Honda leading the way. Azroy Hakim from Khalid Mpawi, Fadila, Helmi up to P4, Nakarin, Minamoto, and Adananta Putra in P7. Abe in the green livery in P8.
Yeah, really interesting move. And really interesting to see Fadila, the All-Japan competitor from Indonesia, of course, in this race, because it gives you a measure of just how strong that championship is. We love racing in Japan. We love the Japanese coming into this series. He's got Helmi Asman to contend with, who's trying to make up for his poor launch.
While we focus on the front, just a word, Ibrahim Noruddin's got off to a lousy start. He's in P14. Ratapong Guilarot has dropped down as well. They're big names. Galang Hendra dropped down. Andy Mohammed Fadli up into P9. But there's some of the big names who haven't been firing very much so, are Azroy Hakim Anwar, bike number 20, leading the way. And it's 1, 2, 3, I think, as we expected for Bunsu Honda.
Helmi still fourth, not making too much of an impression there.
Sorry, I told a fib then. It's 1, 2, 4 for Bunsu Honda. Now it's 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Helmi. Oh, it's tight.
There he goes. Now he's going to hold it for you, Des. Yeah, he will.
So Helmi moves into P3. He was fastest in qualification, a full half-second faster than everybody else as well, so that poor start was a bit of a surprise. But it's Azri Hakim from Karaluddin Pawi and Helmi Asman.
So they've adjusted the order that they started in, but it is a Bunsu Honda 1, 2, 3.
And the Hondas of Fadila and Chip Nakarin 4 and 5 as well. Minamoto and Abe. Right, Abe's got up fairly close. He's into 7, and Adananta Putra is in P8. Astra Honda Racing's Adananta stepped up from 250 to 600 this season.
Yeah,
Adananta best position P6 so far this year.
Yeah, that was a quick lap from Helmi last time around, 138.2. But most of the riders getting a bit faster and faster. Kip re-establishes his P2. One thing about Helmi Asman that's become quite clear between the lines of what he says is that he knows he needs to beat Kip.
He's bike number 32, Helmi Asman. He's quite right. Karaluddin Pawi is the Kip is the overall championship leader. He's been racing. He first came to prominence in the Asia Dream Cup nearly 10 years ago. So he's been up at the top of his trade, Karaluddin Pawi, for the best part of a decade.
Yeah, good record too in Moto 3. Not the only rider in this class. There's another one of them, Chip Nakarin, who's just been displaced, I think, by Kito Abe. Kito Abe needs to move a bit quicker through the field. He hasn't followed up on his superb performances in Tsugo as well as we might have expected. We thought perhaps that was a breakthrough performance for him, but he hasn't found it so easy here.
Slightly different conditions.
Slightly different conditions, different altitude, you name it.
But there is Abe holding on to P6 at the moment. That's better from Minamoto. So and then he's forced to stand up, Minamoto, as Chip Nakarin says, "Don't do that to me."
Yeah, in fact, that was Fadila standing him up. They might know each other from the All Japan series. So there's a string of Japanese riders there. 1, 2, 3 on your screen. Sorry, riders from the Japanese Championship.
Fadila, as you indeed say, and that once again they are making sure.
Really wide line there from Kito Abe. Is that going to gain him or cost him? It cost him.
What was that sign from Minamoto? Left hand was up there, saying perhaps thank you.
Thank you or sorry. That's usually what it means. But polite anyway.
And his problem though is he's got himself up into P4. He's still got to catch up with Azri Hakim, Karaluddin Pawi and Helmi Asman, who are still 1, 2, 3. And they've negotiated this right-hander. Abe is through. And Nakarin tries to move through as well. That's a gutsy move. Number of times riders have been forced to stand up going through 16 and on to 17. Bunsu Honda 1, 2, 3. Yamaha 4 and 5 through Minamoto and Abe. Right then, 32. Helmi Asman has made a move ahead of Karaluddin Pawi. So you said, Barry, he knows he's got get ahead of Kip. He has. Now he's got his eyes set on his spiritual brother, Azri Hakim Anwar.
Yeah, and Azroy looking for a better run of luck than he's enjoyed this season. Last season too, he had 2 DNSs thanks to COVID. So he really needs a good shot at the championship, Azroy. Such a good quality rider and has been calm, solid at the front. Not looking to break away, but looking perfectly composed. Now, Helmi's going to try and upset that composure.
Certainly is. They know each other, they've raced with each other and against each other so often, right the way through from Cup Pre days, 150, 130cc underboned, and now they're in the Super Sport 600 category, again going wheel to wheel, toe to toe. Karaluddin Pawi under increasing pressure from Soichiro Minamoto. Good race this by Yamaha Gen Blue Racing ASEAN's Minamoto.
Yeah, it is, and it's giving some distraction for Karaluddin Pawi, which is going to help the 2 riders in front. It could be a shootout.
We're on board with Karaluddin Pawi as Minamoto goes through on the inside. And Minamoto has taken P3 from Karaluddin Pawi.
Kito Abe comes into view.
So at the front, it's Azroy Hakim and Helmi Asman, then Minamoto. Has the Honda got that extra little bit of grunt down the home straight? Carol Idampawi looks on the inside. Yeah, Carol Idampawi's got P3 back. So it looks like on the straights there's the power for the Hondas, but the technical part of the course belongs to Minamoto.
Kito Abe getting his eye in as well as we just passed half distance. Kito Abe looking better.
And Fadila just holding on to the tail end there as well, but 1 and 2 are beginning to pull away. Further down, Ibrahim and Ratapong and Andy Mohamed Fadli still make a high-profile tail of the race. They're ahead of Ray Matsuoka and Sha Jun Tong. As once again, Minamoto goes on the inside of Carol Idampawi, and then Abe goes on the inside of Minamoto.
Yeah, twitch there from Abe, which cost him a little bit then, but he is on the move. Last time around was his fastest lap of the race, second fastest overall, but Abe is picking up his pace now.
We're just beyond halfway in this race. Minamoto has posted his fastest lap time. Sorry, his fastest sector 1 time. He's got himself back in P4. And the man chasing, let's not count time for
and there is the two Japanese clashing there.
Now Minamoto and Abe.
Minamoto felt he had the line there. And Abe had other ideas. Aggressive move.
Fadila's been able to take advantage. Sorry, Barry. Fadila has moved up into P4. Abe stays P5. Minamoto very much shaken by that incident.
Yeah, there was dust coming off something, dust paint or something coming off the Honda there.
It's great news though for Carol Idampawi because he's under a much less pressure now. It's also great news for Fadila Arbi because he's now got a chance of picking up a P4, although there's a long way to go. Abe is right on his tail and Minamoto has recovered his composure. But that was a scary moment for Soichiro Minamoto as Abe looks on the inside. Fadila leaves the braking till late, holds a nice tight line.
Now you can see the aggression from Kito Abe. He's got faster and faster during this season. He's finished every race. P1, P2. He only lost the win by about 1,000th of a second as we just saw in Sugo. Now Kito Abe is on a charge.
Second in the overall championship standings behind Carol Idampawi. He's in P3 here. Butsu Honda 1, 2 and 3. Azroy Hakim still leading from Helmi Asman. And Carol Idampawi though, he's joined that party. Abe is there, Minamoto is back. And Minamoto has pushed Fadila off the racing line. So Minamoto has got himself into P5 once again. So it took him a lap to recover for his composure from an incident that happened on that same corner. And it was an incident that probably cost both men any chance of a podium.
Yeah, Kito Abe lost about a second on that lap. But this is a beautiful sight. What we don't know quite is what is in the head of the riders. Is Helmi Asman plotting a late charge? Is Carol Idampawi planning a late charge? So yeah, unsurprisingly, the notice from Race Direction that Minamoto and Kito Abe are being investigated for that incident. So more of that later.
Fadila hasn't been dropped from the battle for P4. Abe in green, Minamoto in blue 22, and Fadila hanging in there on the Honda.
Yeah, this is an admirable stand-in job by Fadila for the injured Gary Salim, who we wish the fastest possible recovery.
Indeed. Helmi still holding on and enjoying this battle between these two Yamahas.
Yeah, Helmi now dropped down to third, so perhaps Kip is the man with the plan. Abe sliding that bike, cost him a little bit then.
I suspect another incident coming up between these two because they are certainly going for it. Minamoto is being aggressive. Abe, we know, is an aggressive racer. normally within the rules. Race investigation on the incident 2 laps ago. 2 laps to go. And that's the battle for 4. Arbe second in the championship standings with a win and a P2 to his name and 2 P4s. Minamoto again closes right onto the back wheel of Kito Abe. Abe though has the racing line. Fadila waiting for any opportunity for them to make a mistake, and behind them Chip Nakarin's not completely out of the equation either in P7.
Yeah, way down from what he was hoping for, Nakarin.
Bunshu Honda lead the way. Those who are in the hospitality stands on the 360 stadium will be very, very happy as Carolyn Powie goes around the outside, danger of contact, and Carolyn Powie is forced very, very wide.
Yeah, good move by Helmi to get back that P2 from Carolyn Powie. He's done it. He's lost a little bit on Azroy ahead of him.
Well, you were asking what was in the head of Carolyn Powie. He wants to get to the front of this little trio, but it's easier said than done.
We've seen these 3 race together before. It's close, clean. We can expect more of the same this time around.
Teammates and competitors. It's been this same order for, what, 7 laps. Azroy Hakim, Helmi Asman, Carolyn Powie with the occasional little break. Kip got through just for a few corners, but as they come into the final lap, it's Azroy Hakim. Now then, Helmi has made his move, and Helmi Asman takes the lead for the first time. He was biding his time, and Azroy Hakim Anwar, long-time leader, loses P1.
Yeah, I suspected Helmi had slightly more pace, but let's see, he was too wide coming out of turn 2 then, but he managed to correct it and hold on.
Carolyn Powie had to take evasive action, otherwise his front wheel was just being clipped by the back wheel. But Carolyn Powie comes again, moves into P2. Looks like there's a problem for Azroy Hakim Anwar. He's going backwards, Azroy Hakim.
Helmi tries to stretch away. Kip tries to stop him, but as you said, Des, Azroy dropping back. He's got Soichiro and Kito just behind him.
So then, Helmi Asman has the lead. Minamoto into P3, Kito Abe into P4. Real problems from Azroy Hakim. He led coming into this final lap, but he's lost place after place. P3 at the moment for Soichiro Minamoto.
And Helmi is going to have Kip all over the back of him by the time they get round to turn 16. Can he hold on? The young Malaysian, he was superb in qualifying, and here we go. The questions will be answered very soon.
Helmi Asman, 4th in the overall championship standing, is looking to pick up his first win of this season, and it will be Helmi Asman who holds on. Helmi Asman takes it from Carolyn Powie. Minamoto ahead of Abe from Fadila, from Chip Nakarin, and Azroy Hakim Anwar drops down to P7. But Helmi thumps the tank in relief and joy. He's taken the victory for his first of the season.
That means so much to him. The 2 riders he's beaten, look at the emotion flooding out of him there. Phenomenal race from Helmi Asman. He admitted quietly that he needed to beat Kip, but when it came to race day, confidence boosted by this morning's performance in qualifying, he made it stick in the race. He made a late move at the start of the final lap. He made it stick despite the fact that he was chased really hard by Kip. And there's a disconsolate Azroy Hakim Anwar, led most of the race. And he's got a deflated tyre. That was the problem. Look at that. He's having to go up pit lane the wrong way. Rotten luck again for Azroy Hakim Anwar.
Well,
wow. And Soichiro, another good result from him. He made the best of it.
Azroy Hakim Anwar then finishes well, he didn't finish P7, did he? Gosh. Helmi Asman takes the victory from Carolyn Powie, from Minamoto, Abe, Fadila, Chip Nacker in 6. Adnan Putra has got in ahead of Azroy Hakim. And Galang Hendra in P8. That's the official result at the moment. So no points whatsoever for Azroy Hakim Anwar. Oh, what a tough finish that is for Azroy Hakim. Such a long time led the way. Lost his P1 coming into the final lap, and then a puncture sees him drop right out of the reckoning. But excellent for Helmi, excellent for Carolyn Pawi, and a real bonus for Minamoto and Abe.
That's 3 DNFs plus a last lap disaster for Azroy this season.
Panason finishing in 9th. Ibrahim Noruddin now on his return. Yamaha Gem Blue Racing. It's good to have him back, but a P10 only for Ibrahim. Ray Matsuoka on Yamaha Racing Indonesia in 11th. Ratapong, his tough season continues down in P12. Azroy will pick up points, but not as many as he would have thought. Andy Mohammed Fadli in 14. Shah Jun Tong down in 15. So on to the Park Ferme. And Bunchu Honda happy with a 1-2. But very happy, I would imagine, Soichiro Minamoto. But there is our winner, Mohammed Helmi Azman. And he timed it beautifully.
Yeah, it was really nicely done. You had the feeling during the race that he was just holding it. Here comes the emotion. But that meant so much to the young Malaysian against such stiff competition. He tracked Azroy for a long time before Azroy ran out of luck and tyre pressure on the last lap. But he held off Kip. He did really well to do that. Somewhere we've got a Yamaha coming into the podium.
Well, Minamoto was aggressive throughout. There is still that racing incident that will be investigated, is being investigated by race control. But nonetheless, he's picked up a very, very fine P3 provisionally. Kito Abe literally pushed down to P4. For Helmi, it's not only a victory here, it'll also improve his chances of an overall championship victory. He'll move just a little bit closer to Carolyn and Pawi, 5 points closer.
Yeah, he came tantalisingly close to the title last season, Helmi Azman, being squeezed out right at the end by Andy Farid. So let's go down to Daniel, who is in Parc Ferme.
So we're here for the the Super Sports 600 class, race 1 in Parc Ferme. A lot of thrill and nearly a spill between you and Keito Abe, but what a race that was from you, and back onto the podium. How was that race for you? Talk us through it.
Yes, race was feeling is very good, and after one lap I can battle over the win. I thinking, but Abe is coming the almost almost T, attack to me. Crazy, but no crash with I okay, because after the accident I push more hard, and I try to pushing to Koto catch off the front of 3, but not enough. But today's feeling was so good, and tomorrow race maybe I will good race.
Thank you so much, Minamoto. We look forward to that tomorrow. Congrats. And now in second place, Carolyn and Pawi. So Kip, for most of that race it was between the three of you guys, 2 of your teammates, Bunsu Honda. But there was one point where you dropped slowly, but suddenly you got back into the rhythm. Talk us through that race. Was it tougher than you expected, or was the conditions okay?
Yes, shukr alhamdulillah. And really tough race, because I was trying to manage the rear tire, because I knew maybe I pushed too much, maybe I take too much risk on the rear tire, so I just stay calm and stay behind and try to stay with the pace. And last lap I lose a bit the gap, because in the turn 3 I think
Azra want to close, I think. Then after that, again he broke the tire, I think. And then I lose a bit more gap, and it was difficult to recover again in the last lap. So second position, I think, very good for me for the point.
Thank you so much, Kip. We look forward to seeing you in the race tomorrow. And for the today, race one, your race winner, Helmi Azman. Helmi, you started the weekend tough, you qualified on first, and now you finish as a race winner, leading that to the checkered flag. What a race you rode.
Yes, firstly I want to say syukur alhamdulillah, and yes, thanks to Bushu Honda Racing Team for make a good job for the weekend. And yeah, we know I'm struggled a lot in the day one, but day two I can come back. And thank you also to my family come here from Malaysia support me. And yes, so for the race it's very hot, and the beginning I try to not too much the push because I know the rear tire, because yesterday I have 2 times the flat tire, but today I try to control the pace and I try to push in the last 2 laps, and yes, finally I can get the P1.
Were the conditions different from what you guys expected, or was it more or less the same?
Yes, today is very hot, and yesterday I think more better, but today is more very hot, and the race was long, 10 laps, but yeah, I try to manage the tire and to get the extra in the last 2 laps and until the checkered flag.
Thank you so much, Helmi. Congratulations once again.
cc. We're at the Mandalika circuit, and this will be an excellent day at the office for Helmi Azman. He was on the front row of the grid after qualification. But it wouldn't be all plain sailing for the Boonshu Honda team. Although they had 1, 2, 3 in qualification and they'd finished 1, 2, it wasn't a completely perfect day, Barry Russell.
No, it wasn't. The early leader, superb start for Azroy, who led all but 1 lap of the race before his luck ran out. But we soon saw the pattern that the Boonshu Hondas were going to get away. I thought it was very revealing in the Park Ferme interview what Helmi said about tyre management. He didn't push too hard, and there was
first of a couple of incidents with Soichiro Minamoto.
Yeah, that's it.
That's one where he's on the receiving end and offers the apology.
Yeah.
But the number 22 would be involved in a slightly more serious incident with Kito Abe, which would result in an investigation. And there are the two, and this is Minamoto and Abe going through ahead of Carol Dempawi into P3. Good aggressive racing by the Yamahas. Azroy Hakim Anwar, bike number 20, leading the way. And I think this is the incident, it'll be coming up in a moment, that caused a little bit of consternation.
Yeah,
Minamoto, ooh, who's at fault there?
He was turning in. I don't think he saw Abe inside him. I don't think that was a deliberate knock. And it certainly wasn't Abe's fault.
Back up to the front though, and it was looking like a 1, 2, 3. By this time, Helmi Azman had got himself into P1, but look backwards there, you're seeing that Azroy Hakim Anwar's in trouble. He's got a puncture and he would lose P3, 4, 5, 6. In fact, he'd finish in P13. Helmi Azman was very aware of Carol Dempawi right behind him, but Helmi Azman would go on and hold on for his first win of the season. Minamoto would benefit from the problems for Azroy Hakim Anwar to finish P3. But there is Helmi, family on hand to witness a very, very happy occasion. A victory for him and a victory for Boonshu Honda.
Yes.
Proud family.
As they should be. And this is a breakthrough psychologically for Helmi.
As he gets cheered onto the podium. And will enjoy the national anthem, Nagaraku. After 3 P3s, a P2 and a P4, eventually Helmi Asman gets the top place on the podium. Prizes for this to be handed out by Stefan Maki Karapie, FIM Asia President. Soichiro Minamoto. That's a good performance by Soichiro. He's where is he in the standings? It's his third podium. Spent some time at the V46 Academy a few years ago. Has done well in the All Japan Championship. And Caroline Paui, we know about Caroline Paui. Still the overall championship leader, but Helmi will take a vast amount of confidence from today.
Yes, he will. Yeah, I do think this is a breakthrough for him.
Troy Reza Waroka, the Director of Operations, ITDC, to hand out the award, a hard-earned reward for Helmi Asman. Bunchu Honda Racing Team award handed by Masanori Enomoto, Managing Director of IDEMITSU Lube Asia. Again, our thanks to IDEMITSU, the title sponsors of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Helmi and Caroline Paui are used to having their photo taken together. Soichiro Minamoto standing on tiptoes to make himself look a little bit taller. We can see you, Soichiro.
He's just wobbling a little bit too much, isn't he? But he didn't wobble on the bike. Except
Well, he did a couple of times. Yeah. So P3 for Minamoto, P2 for Caroline Paui, P1 for Helmi Asman. And that makes it fascinating in the overall championship. We've still got 5 races to go. And Caroline Paui, yeah, it looks like a nice lead, 25 points, but that can soon disappear. One bad race from Caroline Paui and we're right back to where we started. Helmi Asman, 113 points, 25 back. Kito Abe breaks 100 points now, 104 for him. Chip Nakarin, 100 points for a season, 95 now for Minamoto. Ratapong and Azroi Hakim Anwar, luck has not been with them this season, nor for Panason as well. But close to 50 points is a reasonable reward for their efforts so far this campaign. And now our focus moves to the big boys, to the superbikes. We are at the Asia Road Racing Championships at scenic Mandalika. It will be the final race of today. There's a full round of 5 races tomorrow, but don't go too far away. We have got the superbikes coming up after this very short break. The warmest of welcomes from Lombok in Indonesia. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championships, brought to you in association with IDEMITSU. We're at the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. I'm Des Corker alongside Barry Russell. Really enjoyed bringing you the action from a really picturesque and well-appointed facility. Our first time here. And Barry, so far so good.
We've had some fantastic racing as we expected. And I've been surprised at just how exciting this venue is, just how the track layout and the whole environment here make such a difference and given us such exciting racing so far today.
Mount Rinjani in the distance, the waves lapping in, but our attention is very much on the circuit. And our attention will be with the big bikes, the super bikes, the 1000 cc's. As we again take in some of the scenics, let's have a little look back at what happened this morning in qualification after 4 practice sessions for the superbikes. And this morning, Marcus Reiterberger continued his dominance of both the season and the practice so far. He has been outstanding as the German. He set up a quick lap time in practice, and he's just obliterating the opposition, Barry Russell.
From his very first flying lap yesterday morning in free practice 1, he caught a wave, and he's been surfing it all the way.
Very good. You've been looking to get that one in all day.
No, I thought a bit about it just a few minutes ago when I was looking at the sea.
Well, Marcus Reiterberger, quite rightly, on the BMW, he posted a time later on in the session of 1:34.16. Somebody who has really been struggling, though, is Zakwan Zaidi on the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa Racer. Put in a 1:36.438, but looked very, very unhappy. Now, the riders asked for a 4th practice session, which cut short this qualification section because they were having problems with the stickiness of the circuit.
Yeah, that's right. There's a long time on the right side of the tyre. This is the problem also experienced by World Superbike and MotoGP. World Superbike shortened the race distance as well, but they wanted to test the tyres, different combinations, so they had an extra practice session this morning that just squeezed our schedule a little bit, but I think it was worth it. It was certainly worth it for this rider, Kazma Daniel, who got some extra track time, some extra quick laps in, so he's looking good.
Got himself into P3 in the end. He'll be on the front row of the grid. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman at one stage looked like he was looking to post a fairly quick time. In the end, he drops down to P5, just ahead of Lachlan Epis, who's had a tough old season, the Australian. But Epis, I think, with his best qualification performance of the season in P6, ahead of Zakwan Zaidi. But every bit of attention goes back to Reiterberger. We are afraid that he will waltz away with this race.
Yeah, Andy Farid alongside him and possibly Kazma Daniel are going to try to have to get away better than he does, just to hold him up, really.
I say afraid because it's been such a competitive series so far. This is the man who, if anybody is going to stay close, it's Andy Farid Izdaha, who got himself up into P2. He had a much happier time than Zakwan on the Honda with Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. But it is Marcus Reiterberger who is a massive, massive favourite to make it, he's won 3 of the last 4 races, to make it 4 wins in the last 5. Around a technically difficult circuit, but the flowing part, rounds 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10, you can get a lot of speed up there.
Yeah, and around to 11, and you can see how much of that time is spent on the right side of the tyre, which is what has been causing the issues with tyres for this series and others.
It's almost an oval with kinks, isn't it? Almost.
Okay. Let me have another look.
No. It's almost a circle with kinks. All right, he disagrees.
Yeah, it's a beautifully designed circuit with lots of challenges in it.
No, now I say I can't see the oval either. I can see the waves coming in, and Marcus Reiterberger riding the waves potentially to success. But let's go down to Daniel to get a little bit more sense out of the riders. We won't go down just yet. He's just trying to sort out the riders to talk to.
Marcus Reiterberger is still on his sighting lap, it seems.
Gives us a chance to get some more picture postcard stuff. Surfers in the village of Kuta, just around the corner, enjoying these waves.
the southern coast of Lombok Island with the Indian Ocean washing up onto the shores. It's absolutely beautiful here.
Very much been looking forward to this ever since it was announced. And I think we can go down to this scrum on the grid and catch up with Daniel Bogus.
We're down here for the final race of day 2 here in round 4 at the Circuit Mandalika. And we're here for the ASB 1000. It's the big boys, it's the premier class. And right here we got number 28. He was just in the media center with us not too long ago during the Super Sport 600 race. And now he's down here with us on the grid. So Marcus, you seemed pretty relaxed. You were up there in the media room with us and you seem confident. Have you guys found the right setup for this weekend?
Yes, I think so. Session by session we improved the setup, but I think now it's fixed. Anyway, my teams modified something for my front feeling on the fork, but this is just a small step. I think the pace is very good. We just have to try not to destroy the rear tire, which is on this tarmac a really big issue. So I try to escape the first few laps and then try to control the gap. This is my plan, but you never know. The plan will change. Or could change, and then we will see. I try my best.
Do you think the weather is hotter or cooler than you expected?
I think today it's a little bit hotter than the previous days. So it's a little bit different than we expect, but I think the difference will be not so big. But for sure for the tire will be even more stressful.
We can't wait to see what you do out in the race. Good luck, Marcus. And now we're going to go next to Marcus, a very, very speedy Indonesian rider on the CBR machine. It's Andy Farid, so he's just having a little conversation with the mechanic. Still learning the bike, it seems, Andy. Andy, so you had a bit of a spill yesterday, but you come back into qualifying. You're strong, your pace looks good. Do you think you have a strategy with Zakwan, who's just not too far behind?
Yeah. Yesterday I had a crash. Normally in the FP3 I want to try to make a long run to see how is the pace, but I was crashed and I couldn't continue the practice. So this morning in FP4 I just make a long run, and Marcus was really fast here. I see many times the video that he is riding very comfortable on the bike. So the target today was to just to see how we can keep the pace. So let's see. I try my best.
Thank you so much, Andy. Good luck for this race. Now, just as that was all happening, they're actually trying to add more pressure to the tires. So I think the weather, just as Marcus and Andy has said, it's a bit hotter. So the teams are scrambling now, trying to change the setup slightly. But while that's all happening, we're going to head to P4 with Haruki Noguchi. While he's just having a quick chat, so we can interrupt, so sorry for interrupting. Haruki, this is your first time in Mandalika. So what's your opinion so far on this track?
Yeah, this track was really nice view, and feeling is good, but I feel it's difficult for the technique, so and the set up the bike. So before practice, before qualifying, I was a little bit struggle, but now little bit coming better. So let's enjoy in this one.
Thank you so much, Haruki. We can't wait to see you enjoying out there on the track. So now we're just gonna head a few rows further back. We're gonna have a chat with what should be the first Yemeni rider in the Asia Road Racing Championship. So just looking back, we can see Zakwan Zaidi there, teammate to Andy Farid. He's starting from the 3rd row. And we got Yuki Ito as well, he's at the back here. Got Jakrit, who came back after the crash. He fixed the bike up perfectly. So now we're gonna talk to a newcomer here. The wild card replacing Anthony West, the Yemeni, none other than Osama Marieh. So Osama, it's your first time here with the big boys. How has it been so far?
It's been great. I love this track. It's pretty interesting. It's a track that I never been to. And it's pretty much flowy. It's more like a Mizano track, which is a track I always wanted to try. I'm like, you can see the progress is, we're like, it's first time with the team, first time on this track, and also we all don't have experience on this track. So we're setting the bike every session and we're managing to like make some slight progress. I'll try my best to like fight with the guys at the front and see what we can do, and yeah, maybe next year I can come for full season and much stronger.
So you're here for the first time. What's your target being a newcomer to this category?
At least I should like get maybe like 2 or 3 positions. I'll do my best and see what and finish the race, of course. I got sick for the past 3 days and I lost all my stamina and stuff. So yeah, it's just the first target today is finish the race, improve the time a bit more, and focus on tomorrow's race.
Thank you so much, Osama. Good luck for this race coming up ahead. And now it's back to you guys in the studio with Des and Barry.
Yeah, thanks very much, Daniel. Very revealing interviews there. Very interesting about Osama. He's not going to win the race, but the experience, yes, you've got Reiterberger, who's an endurance racer at the very top of his game. You've got Osama relishing the opportunity to race against the likes of Reiterberger. Fascinating stuff from Daniel.
Yeah, this is the way to raise your game if you are a racer, is to throw yourself into the cauldron, and this certainly is a cauldron.
And also the talk about the tyres, even Marcus Reiterberger, cool dude Marcus Reiterberger, seemed a little bit concerned about the wear and tear that could result onto his back wheel.
Yeah, that's it. So if even he's feeling it, and he's a really smooth rider, but he also revealed his game plan, which is to try and escape and then ease off.
I think we all knew that anyway, didn't we?
Yeah, but well, let's see what happens. Let's see if anybody can mug him.
Zakwan looking particularly serious today. So Zakwan has not had the best of times. He's down in P7. And there's Aslan Shah Kamrazam. He's also got his game face on as well.
Yeah.
No talking to Aslan today.
No, I think Aslan is going to be really strong in this race.
Gosh. Aslan.
Yeah.
There is no eye contact there. Our cameraman is daring him to shift. And no, Aslan is focused.
Yeah, that's good. That's the way we like him when it comes to race day.
And then Jakrit Swangswat, easy to see, the purple livery.
And yeah, he totaled his bike yesterday. I can only imagine that must be a new bike that he's got now. There is Yuki Ito, the ever-popular, evergreen Yuki Ito for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing. Standing in for Kevin Kubo, who's got problems with arm pump. Yuki Ito always giving his best.
11 starters. Reiterberger, the wild favourite on pole position. Good. Was the difference 1.4 seconds clear? 1.297 seconds clear. Lachlan Epis improved as the season has gone on. Lachlan, he had a DNF and a DNS, 2 DNFs and a DNS. His best position so far, a P7. That came in Buriram, but at last he's been able to get proper little bit of time on the circuit.
Yeah, this is a really good team, that Evolution Sports team. They've got great equipment, great support, really good technicians with them. And they came in pretty confident, talking about, well, this is a new track for everybody, so we think we can do well. So big smiles from the East NJT team. Very well
Jakrit, best
resourced.
position P7 in Chang.
And not afraid to push it. Cameraman again looking for the spectacular shots.
I think they're watching us. They're watching us, watching them, watching us, watching them. And they're enjoying the surf on one side. What a shot that is. That's at the end of the home straight, I think, that first shot.
Not sure, but I think they need a spirit level on those two little salas.
I think if you're up there, you don't really care. Beautiful. And the drone shows the home straight. 10 laps of the track for today. You're quite right about the right hand, the right wall being under real intense pressure on this circuit.
So Zakwan, you know, he gives 100%, so if all is not right, he'll still give 100%, but he's got a pretty serious face on. There's Joe, to you, Joe. Another rider coming in from MSBK, who's looking to raise his game by competing with the best in Asia.
There are domestic championships ongoing. The Malaysia Superbikes starts next week. The Thai Brick Series is already ongoing, I believe. One Prix is up and running very much All Japan is up and running. And we mix those domestic events in with the Asia Road Racing Championship and a few of the guys off on the world tours. It's a busy old calendar for motorbike racing.
Yeah, a lot of motorcycle racing in Asia. The sport very much on the rise here, and the European-centric nature of the sport shifting. We can see the drone, the shadow of the drone there moving across. We're about to see some good...
Story of the season so far. It started off really well for Haruki Noguchi. He won both races in Buriram. But since then, it's been a case of Marcus Reiterberger came really strong in Sepang with back-to-back wins. Sugo saw Kazma Daniel take a thrilling race 1 at Sugo before Reiterberger wrested control back. So 3 wins in 4 for Reiterberger. He came P2 behind Kazma Daniel. Kazma Daniel's second race was a did not finish. But it's been Reiterberger's consistency.
Yeah, the question for... let's look at the grid.
Yeah, Reiterberger won XOX BMW TKR Racing Team. He is fastest by quite some margin from Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa's Andy Farid Izdahar, the Indonesian. Kazma Daniel Kazmuddin. Good to see him returning to form for Yamaha Gem Blue Racing. Haruki Noguchi, runner-up last year, second in the championship this year, but a DNF last time out in Sugo will really harm his championship hopes. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman for 1 XOX TKR in P5 on the BMW. And Lachlan Epis from Evolution Sports Group out of Australia, improving as this season has gone on.
Let's look at row 3, led by Zakwan Zaidi. Yuki Ito next to him for Yamaha Gen Blue, standing in for the injured Kemin Kubo. Jakrit Swangtuat bounced back from a bad crash yesterday. Bike in perfect nick apparently now. And on row 4, Osama Mariai from Yemen, and Tioyu Zhou next to him from Malaysia.
2 independents. 11 on the starting line. In terms of overall championship standings, Reiterberger 118 points, 92 for Noguchi, 84 for Zakwan Zaidi, 81 for Andy Farid, 77 for Aslan, and 61 for Kazma Daniel. Pasowit is an absentee today, as you said, is Kenneth Kugo and Anthony West as well. And I believe we're just getting tyre information, which really is important on this circuit. And the Dunlop guys, the Dunlop engineers, always give us the news hot off the press. And what is the hot news, Barry Russell?
The hot news off the press is that every bike is running the same combination, and that is hard front, medium rear. That's what we saw in qualifying for all of these bikes, and it seems to be the best combination for this challenging track.
47 degrees trackside temperature, just under 30 degrees normal temperature. It's a lovely balmy day. It really is gorgeous.
Yeah, it's not hot and sticky like we get in Sepang and Buriram. It's really pleasant here.
Not that we don't like hot and sticky. Hot and sticky is good, Barry.
Oh, that's okay. Thanks for great racing.
Indeed, indeed. So the circuit, ARRC's first visit to Mandalika. This is the first of 2 days in the south of Lombok. And I think the question is, can anybody stick with Reiterberger? If they can, then we'll have a genuine race. If they can't, then we're looking at P2, because there's plenty of competition for P2. Andy Farid, Kazma, Noguchi, Aslan if he gets it right, even Zakwan.
Yeah, questions to be answered by Haruki Noguchi, who had a disastrous, frankly, outing in Sugo. He was hoping for a double win there. He came away with just 9 points, crashed in the second race while pushing. We saw him crash in free practice yesterday, so that shows just how hard he's pushing. He hasn't found the solution to the puzzle of Mandalika quite yet.
But we know that he's good enough. We know that his team are working hard enough.
Yeah, they should crack it. We know the quality of STG MS Hark Pro. We know the quality of their rider. And we know that he has a special suit for race days. So let's see what he can do from the second row.
Reiterberger. He is the man to beat. 73 behind him is Noguchi. second in the championship standings, but fourth on the grid here. Andy Farid in the red in the middle. Kazma Daniel in the blue on the Yamaha on the left-hand side of the front row. Safety car in place, green flag waved. Our focus will come to the red lights above the start line, and we will be underway. Reiterberger off to a storming start, so is Kazma Daniel, but Reiterberger gets away beautifully. Behind him, Zakwan. What a start from Zakwan Zaidi.
Yeah, he looks serious on the grid now, he looks serious on track.
Whoa!
As Reiterberger gets overtaken, I think that was Kazma. No,
Aslan Shah in there as well. Well,
and there's a clash between
Reiterberger
Reiterberger and Andy Farid. I believe that was, it was. So, Reiterberger's got some work to do, and Aslan Shah, multiple Malaysian champion, is chasing the multiple Malaysian champion Zakwan Zaidi right in front of him. Let's have another look.
It's the moment behind. That's Reiterberger trying to come through, and he's done brilliantly to hold on to the bike there, I've got to say.
That will make this interesting. Let's see what Reiterberger can do, see what the others can do to hold him up, and Haruki Noguchi has got in front of Marcus Reiterberger.
Well, Zakwan had his game face on. Aslan definitely had his game face on beforehand. And Marcus Reiterberger now knows that he has got a race on his hands.
And it's Kazma Daniel in third, Haruki Noguchi fourth, Marcus Reiterberger fifth.
What a start, what a start. Zakwan holds it tight. The BMW of Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, as Reiterberger, who started off in pole, was beaten to the first corner by Zakwan Zaidi, who got off to a magnificent start. And as they come down the straight at the end of the first lap, it is Zakwan from Aslan, from Kazma, from Noguchi, from Reiterberger, Ito and Andy Farid down in P7.
So the opportunity for Reiterberger to save his tyres has gone. And Zakwan has got Aslan Shah to deal with. He looks really threatening. We knew it from the grid, didn't we? We know him so well.
Absolutely, and Zakwan as well. He had game faces on, very, very serious. Reiterberger down in P5 at the moment. He's looking for a fourth win of the season, but he's going to have to work hard, and it's a genuine sprint, this one. It's a 10-lap race. He's got Noguchi in front of him. There is Noguchi holding on. Reiterberger not getting things his own way, tries to go around the outside, maybe looks for a switchback as they come onto this double right-hander.
Yeah, that's Reiterberger's main championship rival just ahead of him. That Honda, I was going to say, is going to be really wide, but Marcus has slipped through. Can Haruki switch back?
Reiterberger taking the aggressive line and moves up into P4. Right, was Noguchi holding him back a little bit? He's got Kazma Daniel in his sights. Noguchi will try to hold on to the back wheel of the BMW of Marcus Reiterberger. But there is your first five, and this is terrific. Still Zakwan Zaidi leads ahead of Aslan, and Reiterberger goes wide. Hot on the gas, but Zakwan leads through. 2/10 clear, 1 second between 1 and 4. Who is Reiterberger? But Noguchi hasn't given up the chase here.
He certainly hasn't, and Kazma Daniel set the fastest lap so far. It's a 1:36.6 for him. Reiterberger on his way through, 1:36.9.
And you wonder if there was any damage of any sort done in the little coming together between Andy Farid, because Andy Farid has dropped right the way down. Well, in P6, he's got ahead of Yuki Ito.
Yeah, we expected Andy to be the main challenger to Marcus Reiterberger, but the start put paid to all of that, and perhaps a little bit of impatience shown by Reiterberger in that first sector. The front of the bike looks okay, both wings intact.
I think sometimes we see Zakwan and Aslan so often that we forget just how competitive they really are. But now Reiterberger has got himself up into P3 ahead of Kazma Daniel. Kazma's dropped right off. Something's happened to Kazma. And something's happened to Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. He just missed that one completely, so now it's Zakwan being chased by Marcus Reiterberger. It all went good for Marcus Reiterberger there.
So defending champion matches up against championship leader. Zakwan versus Reiterberger. Haruki Noguchi in P3 with a recovering Andy Faridizahar behind him.
So Reiterberger chases Zakwan Zaidi. They are through here. 6 laps to go, 7 laps to go. Zakwan still leading the way, but Reiterberger, after that first lap problem, just seems to have got his wits together, and a couple of overtaking manoeuvres. What has happened to Aslan? Aslan missed that corner. He's down in P7 now, just maybe a little bit too aggressive. You make one mistake and you are in big trouble on this circuit.
I think maybe he missed a gear there. Let's have another look at him when he comes round, see what kind of speed he's doing through the sectors. Aslan Shah, because he really looked as though he was shaping up to get onto the top step of the podium. Now Zakwan's got his hands full with the BMW of Marcus Reiterberger. That's a fast Honda for sure.
It's a fairly fast BMW as well, but Zakwan Zaidi currently holding on. Fast lap time.
Oh, and slingshot pass from Marcus Reiterberger. I don't think Zakwan anticipated that, but he just squirted past.
Well, he knew it was in a race, and he got his game face on Marcus Reiterberger. Now it's up to Zakwan just to try to hold on. Goes a little bit wide, Zakwan.
So
very different line.
He's going to swoop back in and try to get a good drive onto the straight through the final turn. But he's not going to outdo Reiterberger. Different lines. BMW power versus Honda power, and I tell you what, there's very little to choose between them in terms of straight line speed. Zakwan's still there. Back comes out as he goes into this sharp turn 1. Back over onto the right for turn 2.
Reiterberger looks like he's got his rhythm back. Behind them, Haruki Noguchi has got Kazma 4 company, although is that Andy Farad who's got into P4? It is. Andy Farad's got himself ahead of Kazma into P4.
Yep, he's been recovering, and he's going to be looking for the final podium spot provisionally held right now by Haruki Noguchi.
This is the battle for P3. Noguchi from Andy Farad. Kazma goes through, and Andy Farad, who was very quick, takes the inside line from Haruki Noguchi, and Andy Farad, who was fast in qualification, moves up into P3. He's taken a bit longer to recover from that, coming together with Reiterberger than Reiterberger has.
You have to wonder how much he's used up of his tyres in the process of that catching up job. Reiterberger stretching away from the determined Zakwan behind him, but now the other Honda Asia Dream Racing CBR 1000 RR of Andy Farid. Gilang is just behind him.
Look at Haruki Noguchi. He's a competitive little fellow as well.
He's never going to give up. The question sometimes for Haruki is, will he push too hard? We've seen a couple of crashes this season from him, and they were both when he was pushing hard to try and catch up.
Well, Reiterberger was 2 tenths down at the start of the lap. He's 8 tenths up at the end of the lap. We are at the midway point. Marcus Reiterberger had a real surprise. Here's the start of the race. A look at Zakwan coming from the second row of the grid, bike number 1. He gets off to an absolute flyer, accelerates through, and is able to pick the first corner. And I think that was surprise number 1 for Marcus Reiterberger.
Yes, it was, and that set the pattern, at least for the first half of the race, because here we see Reiterberger, he's second there, but here comes Aslan Shah. We'll have another look at that later, but that was exciting early stuff from Aslan Shah. Great shame that he's not in the mix now.
That was half a race ago though, and now Marcus Reiterberger, who was 1.3 seconds a lap quicker than everybody else throughout practice, he's just pulling away, and he's fastest sector 1 time, his fastest lap, fastest through sector 2, quick through sector 3.
Through sector 1, which is the really technical one, he was half a second quicker than Zakwan. So still no answers to the question, or not so many.
racing though, it is racing, as Reiterberger himself said on the interview with Daniel. It's racing, anything can happen. And sometimes you scoff at that, but this is racing and anything can happen.
Yeah, there's 4 more laps, and we know that tyre wear is a factor here. Andy Farid has probably punished his tyres quite hard to get back up after that early incident, back up into P3. He's got Haruki Noguchi behind him. Let's see how those two go through this first sector.
1:36.4 the last lap for Marcus Reiterberger. Further down, Lachlan Epis is on the tail of Yuki Ito. That's a good battle.
Yeah, Haruki Noguchi slightly faster through sector 1, but really nothing to choose between them. Yeah, Lachlan in P7. I know he's hankering after a top 5 finish. He'll do well to stay with Yuki Ito here.
Oh, he's gone on the inside, and he's done better than stay with him, Barry. He's gone past him.
Yeah, brilliantly done. The young Australian versus the very experienced Japanese, Yuki Ito. Lachlan really good in qualifying this morning, and in the earlier extra practice session 4, that we had for ASB 1000. That's when Lachlan really started to come through.
They've got Kazma Daniel in their sights there. Kazma goes through. Lachlan with pressure from Yuki Ito. Sometimes this can be a hindrance because they're battling against each other. Sometimes they can push each other and it can be a help. And let's see if Lachlan's able to get onto the back of Kazma Daniel. Not that Kazma wants that kind of pressure. Kazma wants to be on the back of Haruki Noguchi, but look at that Reiterberger. He's taking the lead now, 2.7 seconds, 3 laps to go. Zakwan just needs to be careful that Andy Farid and Haruki Noguchi don't close the gap too much. Lachlan goes through, and look at that, Aslan Shah Kamrazaman back in the hunt after that mistake that cost him so much time.
Yeah, just one mistake, whatever it was, late braking or a false neutral. We didn't see, we just saw him go off. We didn't see what happened before that, but there he is, chasing Yuki Ito.
Looking quick. Is quick.
Yeah, 3 laps. There's a lot Aslan can do. Tyre wear notwithstanding. And there he goes. Slingshot past Yuki. He's got Lachlan ahead of him. This is the best we've seen from Lachlan. We knew it was potentially there. And this is a good ride from him, currently in 6th.
It's also a good recovery ride from Aslan Shah Kamrazaman. He's got Lachlan Epis in his sights. 2.5 laps to go. Marcus Reiterberger is still leading. We're focusing on, this is the battle for what, P6 at the moment. Lachlan Epis is in P6. Aslan Shah Kamrazaman by 25, the BMW in 7. Ahead of them, that's Kazma Daniel goes through, Epis.
And it really looks as though Andy Farid has got the better of Haruki Noguchi now. He's quicker in every sector. Another lap, another half a second for Marcus Reiterberger.
Indeed. I think the win, barring a Reiterberger catastrophe, is almost certain. But Andy Farid closed on Zakwan Zaidi as well. The difference between them is a full second, but Zakwan had to race, had to work hard, and you never know if Andy Farid's been able to look after his tyres, although he was racing as well to come through the pack.
Yeah, he had to push very hard to come back through, and there is Yuki Ito. His teammate, Kazma Daniel, is in 5th. I wonder if he can pose a threat to Haruki Noguchi.
We're at Mandalika. It is round 7, or race 7 of 12 of the season, the Superbikes. The 1000cc, Marcus Reiterberger leading the way, but we're seeing if Aslan Shah Kamrazaman can pick up another place as he goes on the inside of Lachlan Epis, and the answer is yes, he's just squeezed out Lachlan.
Yeah, that was a hard but clean move by the Malaysian multiple champion.
Good comeback by the ever-determined Aslan Shah. You do wonder what happened, because he was chasing a P2. He and Zakwan Zaidi got off to a storming start, and then he just missed the gear.
Yeah, probably something as simple as a false neutral.
And he will come into the final lap in P6, Aslan Shah Kamranzaman. Is there anything better? Marcus Reiterberger goes through 4 seconds clear. This is the battle, P2. Look at this, Zakwan under pressure from Andy Farid. We're focusing on Aslan. There is Zakwan and Andy Farid. Well, these are teammates, but there's not going to be any quarter asked nor given here.
And throughout this weekend so far, it's been Andy Farid who's been slightly quicker than his teammate, despite the fact that he's the rookie in the garage. He's looking good now. It'll be a clean fight between these two. They were teammates a week ago at Suzuka.
Of course. Andy Farid has got work to do, looks on the inside, but a nice clean line from Zakwan. Right then, through 10, 11 and 12, crucial part of the circuit. If he's going to make a move, Andy Farid needs to move it pretty quickly. Zakwan has got Andy Farid right on his tail. As Reiterberger goes through, Zakwan Zaidi is still holding off Andy Farid. This is the battle for P2. 20 points available for this, the long right. And then into the spoon, Andy Farid goes on the inside, takes the tight line. Zakwan with the switchback. Brilliantly done. Reiterberger will take the victory. Reiterberger's victory for the BMW. Behind them, what a battle going on, and it is Andy Farid who gets ahead of Zakwan for P2.
Yeah, we didn't see it on the screen, but Andy did make that move stick through turn 16. He blocked Zakwan from switching back on him, and he held it to the line. Brilliant stuff by Andy Farid. Second podium, second P2. In succession, indeed, from Sugo Race 2 to Mandalika Race 1. But no question of the dominance, the quality of Marcus Reiterberger there.
But it wasn't all plain sailing. That first 5 laps, he had his heart in his mouth. And he had to work pretty hard. Yes, he had the power to get away. It looks convincing. 4.9 seconds clear in the end. But gosh, he did have to work for this one, Marcus Reiterberger.
Yeah, and you saw a little bit of frustration on that very first lap as he recovered from the clash, but he did recover, and that was a margin of 4.9 seconds, that victory. A well-deserved P2 for Andy Farid, who has overall been the best of the rest. So now let's have a look at some showboating by our winner. 1 foot wheelie, stand up on the seat wheelie. He's been waving those long legs around as well. He's having a good time by the seaside, Marcus Reiterberger. Giving a bit of value back to the cameramen and the spectators.
But I do think he had to survive on the first lap, but he's gone and won that one by 4.9 seconds. Andy Farid just 8 hundredths ahead of Zakwan Zaidi for P2. That was a real battle to the line. Haruki Noguchi in 4 picks up 13 points. Aslan Shah Kamranzaman got ahead of Kazma Daniel as well on the last lap. So a good performance from Aslan. I wonder if only he hadn't made that mistake, if he would have been able to stay closer to Marcus Reiterberger. Kazma P6, Lakan Epis in P7, 9 points for him. Yuki Ito for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing in P8, 13 seconds down. Jakrit in P9. Osama Mare wins the battle ahead of Cho Yu-jo. Wins it quite comfortably, actually. Osama will be happy to be within a minute of the winner. Cho Yu-jo finishing in 11th out of 11. But there is Marcus Reiterberger, and I'm really looking forward to his interview with Daniel. Daniel's got the best out of his subjects so far today. And I want to know how worried he was going through the first couple of laps.
Yep, I'm sure we're about to hear. That's really important for the championship. Of course, for Marcus Reiterberger. Another podium, another first. And we're just looking at the scrum here. Off comes the helmet. He's looking a little as though he's had a workout. The smile comes back. Sincere handshake there with Zakwan Zaidi, who did give him a run for his money for the first half of the race. And Andy Farid must be in the scrum somewhere too. And that was a very clever mugging of his of his senior teammate. There is Andy in the background there.
Well, he can celebrate now. It wasn't plain sailing.
Yeah, he looks cool, calm and collected, but he loves winning races, Marcus Reiterberger. I remember him leaping over the Parc Fermé hoarding in Sugo, being hoisted by his teammates, so this means a lot. Means a lot for the championship. So all three of those riders in the paddock, fun fact, were racing in the Suzuka 8-hour last week, and all finished in the top 7.
Okay, let's go down to Daniel Bogas. Let's get some post-race reaction.
So we're down here for the podium, for the end park for me for the ASB 1000, the final race of the day 2 that we have here for round 4. Zakwan Zaidi, you're in 3rd, and what a battle it was for you, not only for the first position with Marcus early on, but at the end, at the very last corner with your own teammate. Could you talk us through that race?
Yeah, the race is unbelievable. I didn't expect that I have a good start from the starting from the 7th place until first. In the first corner is good. I feel so good in the bike, and also I know Marcus was fast in this circuit. I tried to defend my place in the first, but until in the middle of the day I feel struggle a bit with the tire grip, and I know Marcus will pass me maybe some corner, and suddenly he passed, and I tried to keep, but impossible to make a fighting with him because I feel risky, easy to crash. So I play safe, try to get the podium. And the last lap, I saw Andy was coming. Then I tried to defend, but finally in the second last lap, the second last corner, I tried to keep inside, but I still cannot keep. And then he passed me, and in the podium is good. And thanks to the team for the hard work, and thanks to all support, and I'm happy today.
Thank you so much, Zakwan. Congratulations, fantastic race. And in 2nd place, we'll have none other than Andy Farid. So Andy's just making his way over. Andy, what a race it was from you. We could tell, even though your start wasn't the best, you were down in 5th, but you managed to make your way up. And at the final turn, you managed to take a position over your teammate Zakwan and make it into 2nd. How was that race for you?
Today was I didn't make a good start, and also in some moment in the track I almost crashed. I touching with some bike, and some moment I was shaking, and in the next corner I lose the front brake. So many things happens, but I just try to concentrate and come back step by step, and finally can finish in P2. But tomorrow I will try better, especially from the start. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andy. Congratulations on a great P2. And the race winner for the ASB 1000 Race 1, none other than the speedy German, Marcus Reiterberger. Marcus, the plan that you wanted to do didn't really execute the way you thought it would at the start, but it ended definitely in the way that you wanted to. How was that race for you? Because it seemed like the start was a bit fumbled at the beginning of the first turn.
Yes, that's true. I don't know why my start was not so good. The practice starts were amazing. But anyway, I still arrived in first position to the first corner. I brake on the latest possible point, and suddenly I see a red Honda passing me on the inside. I say, oh, this is late, so we have to go both wide. And this destroyed my rhythm a little bit. Nearly crashed in turn 3 when I touched with somebody. And then I only tried to rejoin as good as possible. I feel amazing on the bike. I really don't push too hard to save my rear tire, because in the practice I had one destroyed tire. So I tried to do a constant smooth pace till the end, which was still very fast. And I want to say thank you to my team to give me this amazing bike. Like this for me, for this moment, is easy to ride. But like I said before, the plan will always change, you never know. So we have to keep the eye open for tomorrow's race.
Thank you so much, Marcus. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Highlights from race one of the ASB 1000 at Mandalika. And look at this, Marcus Reiterberger on pole, expecting to go into the first corner in the lead. And then suddenly, a red Honda, Zakwan Zaidi, appears in the corner of his eye. He has to go out wide, is taken by Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, and then a little bit more contact coming up here. The plan was to get clear, but it didn't work like that for Marcus Reiterberger. He does well to stay on his bike. And from that moment on, gosh, he had his heart in his mouth, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he did. That was a little clash with Kazma Daniel he had as they were approaching turn 3. And right at the start, though, that Zakwan coming through from the inside of the third row. Brilliant stuff from him, and such a good start from Aslan Shah. It looked really promising for a great race with those 3 Malaysians initially at the front, and Marcus Reiterberger having to make up some ground.
He did. He got past Kazma Daniel. He got himself into P3, and then a mistake would happen from Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. He would miss a gear or miss a brake just there. It cost him so much, and he was going so well. Aslan, that left Zakwan as a prey to be caught by Marcus Reiterberger, who'd recovered his composure by this time. The movement when it came, well, it was unexpected, but it was brilliant. A slingshot, as you described it in the commentary.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll see that again, but yeah, quite possibly. That was the move. Here it comes.
Zakwan was the man who surprised Marcus Reiterberger on the first corner. That time it was Zakwan who was a little bit surprised. Zakwan did his game as to hold on. Behind them, Aslan Shah, after that mistake, managed a really good ride to get himself back into P5. There he's taking Kazma Daniel Kazmudin. With the final lap though, the battle for P2 was the one we really wanted. Andy Farid and Zakwan Zaidi going toe for toe. Zakwan, he said he was happy with a place on the podium, but surely he can't be happy to lose P2 so late in the race, Barry.
It was so interesting how happy Zakwan was and how unhappy Andy Farid was in the post-race interviews, given their finishing positions. But there was no stopping. Marcus Reiterberger wheelied his way all the way around.
And then in P2, it would be Andy Farid getting the better of Zakwan Zaidi. But Reiterberger really controls this championship now.
Yeah, the main contender coming in, Haruki Noguchi, finished 4th.
So Zakwan still looking pretty happy. Andy not looking so happy. Marcus Reiterberger. Plan changes. See, Germans can be flexible.
Now, Daniel was doing the racial stereotyping thing with me yesterday. Don't you start, Des.
Okay, after the national anthems, we'll analyse the race just a little bit more. Das Lied der Deutschen, the song of the Germans, rings out around Mandalika. It's another good day at the office for Marcus Reiterberger and for one XOX TK car racing team on their BMW. 4 wins in the last 5. The lead in the overall championship standing moves up to 38 points by my reckoning. Priyandi Satria, the President Director of the Mandalika Grand Prix Association, to hand out the prizes. To third place, Zakwan Zaidi. What a start from Zakwan.
It was fantastic. And I think the reason for his happiness is that he just felt like he was too far off the pace this morning.
When the Ramadja Nabiel, the Human Capital and Legal Compliance Director of ITCD, hands out the prize to number 2, Andy Farid Izdaha. And we're delighted to welcome Zulkifli Mansyah, the Governor of West Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia, to hand out the award to the race winner, Marcus Reiterberger. They've been fabulous hosts of Mandalika and West Nusa Tenggara. It's great for Asia Road Racing Championships to finally make it here. COVID didn't help, but now we are happily seeing the joys of this fine circuit. And Stefan Maki Karapie, the FIM Asia President, will hand out the Best Team Award to one XOX TKR racing team. Reiterberger, a tall man, leading the way, both in this race and in the overall championship. And I think the question for tomorrow is how anybody is going to get close to Marcus Reiterberger. Well, we learned today that this group of 1000cc riders, they have their ways of trying to upset the apple cart, of changing his plan. Here are the overall standings. We'll see Reiterberger at the top of the pile with 143 points, 38 points clear of Haruki Noguchi, who himself is 4 points clear of Andy Farid Izdaha, who himself is just a point clear of his teammate Zakwan Zaidi. So they've changed places after today's 2-3. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman always battles, 88 points for the BMW of Aslan Shah. Kazma Daniel, 71 points for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing. Jack Grit for the East NJT Racing Team on 40 points. And then you've got Pasowit, an absentee today for Estemo C Racing with Yamaha. And so day 1 of 2 at Mandalika comes to a close. We have had some extraordinary close racing, some fabulous racing. 1,000th of a second deciding one of the race in the AP 250s. A very, very close race in the underbones and real quality both in 600cc, TBS 1 meg and the superbikes as we've just seen. Barry Russell, as we look at the lovely beach and the fabulous venue once again, quick thoughts on the day?
Absolutely amazing day. We saw a phenomenal TBS race, Hiroki Ono, and Underbone was probably the race of the day. Just so many bikes, so many competitive bikes, but great drama in the 250s and the 600s. A benchmark breakthrough for Helmi Asman, and a really competitive race in Superbike.
Okay, well, we do it all again tomorrow. We are going to enjoy Lombok tonight. We'll see you back on our screens, 12:30 local time tomorrow. But from Barry Russ and myself, Des Corkill, and the whole team behind the scenes, bye for now.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7.
小さい頃からやってきて変わらずにやっぱり楽しくてその延長線上に目指していくものがあるって感じですね。夢である MotoGP のライダーになって結果を残したいっていうところに向かって今もレースしてるのでその夢は諦めずにこれからも頑張っていきたいです。
IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5. IDEMITSU IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. IDEMITSU IRG7.